Manele già suge manele da gente
do so dan du shi dan na ma shi te da chu tham je dong ba ni de
senyi me ba ma je ba ma wa dong me ba ma da do do ma me ba wa
shi ma da chu
ji me de na ba shi ba me na me jim
ye me ro me ja me jim ro me
de me she me de me ka me ba de ji ka me ye na ma ju ka ni ba me
ma ri ba se ba me ga shi se ba e je do do me wa da bong ju wa dong go
ba ba da na me shi me da ba ma da ba ya me de
cha ye ba de da na cha ju sa ni ko me shi ba de cha de ji ne de simla de ba me be ja ba me
신지 로레 신도 되는 양을 대배 탈진도 되는 나마주에 산제 단제 지지를 제바로 드신 바로 되는 나마 양다고 도배 잘 주는 거 봐봐 단제
산제 소 되다는 시를 버리시는 거 알고 나면
아니라도
집에 돈데 마시바 자디 시를 버리시는 거 하면 뭐야
in English one in English
잘해보더라 시
산지선 마사마지 뭐 가봐제라서 오늘에서 제자와 전에서 예보대 전에 그래서 바로 좀 삼만 아저버지 진시원 예제서 얘는 혼좀 내대게 되게 제가 전에 저도 저도 보다 저 요즘 마사마지 봐봐제라 함제단 때문에 거대다 달하답니다 하마 인들에서 집에 지된 이런 전대 내지 손발랑 한번
칼라 주베 내쇼 담바네
무시 들응에 도도지 루와 볼라마이 부시즈네 손 칸드 토라 차즈 사마라 샤다라 사마라 여자가 사마라
아가 사마라자
샤다라 사마라야 베
대야 당가 denga de
바라가데 바라상가데 보데 파바군요
대게 바체 메든
쇼링에 바단 주신디 구로예소
게레 돈자제
주시오다 메트네베 제단데 오다 드바 주제 고선조
자셰데 잔딘데
신간배와주 원변자 부메아 원진세계자지 원 지저리 고소 리게보르라오 자르바보 잠볼레노 발란주 찬르미니르라르바
마야동
유전자란조로 rinpoche riwo basangi shin denje pa mama baelodo golo rinpoche nogo rinpoche zemo rinpoche
lumbu rinpoche lambu rinpoche
mabu rinpoche de chenpo ye pomba ge ma renwa ma lo ma ka ma na se ma jija ma nye ma da wa rinpoche do chole namba je yen jen ma zang wa me ba zang xin yi dong de da chen chen za wa dan ju ber je be ban dian la ma dang ba nang da che ba do ya yong zo den be nga da ban dian la ma dang ba chi zhong lo san zhen zhe tu dian jian zhe be a san be te ba chen be sun jue san mo xu yu do xin gang bu wa ji wu tu jian zhe yue deng du xie su xie xian ne tu ze wa chen be guan ne chen jie la Chopa tumu ngudro zadozo, ngudro kunjo tongwaan dolje chan, mime zewe de she she, time chenpe wanpo jampe yang, dupo ma luen jamze sanwe da, kaje kebe sujin lo, jebsun kunde lama sanje la, gosun gube kone sowan de, rangshin me je chuwa shenje lo. Chopa tumu ngudro zadozo, ngudro kunjo tongwaan dolje chan, mime zewe de chen chen re se, time chenpe wanpo jampe. Dupo ma le jamze sanwe da, kanshin kebe sujin lo san da, jebsun kunde lama sanje, gosun gube kone sowan de, rangshin me chen chupa shen. Chopa tumu ngudro zadozo, pandyan zawe Lama Rinpoche, tangi nyingra bine den, Kaji Chimbu Gone Jason de Kusun Tuji Mudu Zadus Pade Zave Lamarim Dagi Ningara Peme Denshola Kaji Chimbu Gone Jason de Shodan Tumu Mudu Zadus Pade Zave Lamarim Dagi Ningara Peme Denshola Kaji Chimbu Gone Jason Chanchu Nimbu Bado Denba Shu Tsira Gundu Jawa Zonga Be Tisho Shinye Muzo Le Jawe Ngabe Lamsan Dinye Kechi Zang Loba Majuru Ji
Lama Nenju Kodungu Ranga Lama Lagung Shawa Insa Chenle Ta Nyubu Yore Chenle Lang Sanju Chu Chu Ta Nibire Namba Sanje Sogong Shawa Chenle Chimbu Yore 용고야데 모빈네 세치나 랑자벨라마 메제 진짜 심고 요마다 라다는 가란스는 봐 라다라마스는 지레 야 산제 진짜 심부 연대게 대 인자 뭐 라마 공도 라마랑 추모스 되게데 니보요 산제 다른 그래 자상 넘버 산제에서 공네 제로 심부요 자가 라마 뭐 자가 라마 임발라 넘버 gelong시 거사 Number women Shani Zonga Chos. Number condition Congorin, women Zimbabwe long show.
Lamen number.
Women Zambasidu, women sugar number soon. Najata, Laguta, Shanto Sungre. Women is the Sevore.
So, Lamen number Gomna and Chila Burgis.
Lama Tamapa Gonia Mare, Lainama Gurta. No Lamarawa, Ranchu shaking under the New Lamarawa. Nambaya, Lainava Lugumara, and Gilunta, Lainava.
So here we visualize the Guru not completely in one's usual ordinary form of the Guru, but we are not visualizing it also in a completely in the form of a deity, but still in the form of a Guru, but but more subtle form of a guru rather than one's ordinary the form of the personal master, because that has a special reason. To visualize it in form of the guru, in form of a lama, that has a special significance, because by this one obtains, one receives the blessing faster and quicker, but still visualizing not in a very ordinary form of one's own usual guru, but it's visualizing it in a form of more like a Buddha, with all the signs of the Buddha, with all the auspicious signs of the Buddha and so on. So by this one receives more powerful blessing, yet it's visualized still in the form of a lama instead of a deity with many arms and so on. And by this we receive the blessing quicker. So that's why it's we visualize the Guru in this particular form.
So
it wears the body of the Guru is clad in the three robes of a monk, that is the two upper robes and one lower robe, that's three robes. In saffron color, and so adheres is dressed in this classical garb of a monk. So it is the Guru is visualized in form of a lama, in form of a monk, in the appearance of Lama Tsongkhapa.
Oh yeah. Ta gelung nama ngami ze gelung sheji cha ni zonga cho smare.
Your right hand.
Sheji imba cha ni yuke.
So with one face, with one head, two arms. So with one face and two arms.
Kondo garbo.
In a radiant white body.
Garbo la mandang yuba.
Slightly reddish.
Sheji ge chu tang je dong ba ni do ruji ba de sunbare.
So one face symbolizes that all the phenomena they are all completely one in their ultimate nature. They all are completely one in the nature of the shunyata. There is no difference. That's symbolized by one face, and then two arms instead of many arms. There are two arms which symbolize the two truths, the conventional and the ultimate truth, and method and wisdom. And with a radiant smile, that means the Guru shows very affectionate and very kindly expression with a smile. And the right hand is in the gesture of giving teaching of the Dharma, and the left in the meditation gesture. So the left hand is in the gesture of meditation, which supports arm ball, which supports the begging bowl filled with amrita. So you know how the arm balls or begging bowls look like. How it's black, this black ball, rather big one, black ball. And so this ball, this black arm ball, is filled with nectar, amrita, wisdom amrita. Chudong is sopta khande jan.
Chudong ya zo zo ji be su su yu nge ge da we cho me shi ba ji ma da.
And right from the center of this the nectar, white like milk, like the wisdom amrita, right from the center there is what is called the dharma tree, the pillar of the dharma. So that is like a golden, little golden, like a pillar is sort of standing up, sort of pointed at the tip, and that is called the dharma pillar, which is standing in the middle of the ambrosia. So this dharma pillar, it also often appears in many sutras and so on, and this is it's a symbol of dharma, the teaching of dharma itself, in a form of a golden pillar, which is very radiant, and which whoever sees, touches, or comes in sort of near it, then experience very great realizations of the Dharma, understanding of the Dharma, and experience very the calmness and peacefulness and so on. So it is a special like a Dharma pillar, and so this is it is in the hand of the Buddha. Lion's roar, Singha something in Sanskrit, Sengengaru in Tibetan, which means lion's roar. That is a coming Buddha, one of the coming Buddha, which in fact is Lama Tsongkhapa. When Lama Tsongkhapa will show his deed of enlightenment, like Buddha Shakyamuni at the present, that Buddha's name is lion's roar, and he holds in the hand this Dharma pillar, and therefore we visualize the Guru Tsongkhapa here already with the same symbol.
And the
thumb and index finger of the both hands are joined in this sort of gesture, and both holds a little branch of a Utpala flower, which sort of stands on the two sides of the body, on the two sides of his body. And these two branches of the Utpala flower, the flower is open here, the buds are open here at the level of his 2 ears. And on top of the right flower, there stands wisdom, the sword of the wisdom. And on the left flower supports a volume of Prajna Paramita Sutra, which contains the wisdom.
chugu naja lagu sombo de sebu sejang ma se li jang ma bu shu che 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 men ro song ngone imba la ko gon do de la chuna song yo na ye song yo.
And so he wears the 3 saffron robes of the monk. There are 3 robes, 2 upper ones and 1 lower one, and they are slightly different color, one very yellow and one style is orange and one more reddish. So not all completely one color, but slightly different of the same color family. Ladun. And crowned with a pointed golden pandit's hat.
So
it is very golden, sort of a yellow hat, very pointed, as usually we see in the pictures of Lama Tsongkhapa. And in the heart of the Guru, Guru Tsongkhapa, we visualize the Samaya Sattva in the form of Buddha Shakyamuni. So the form of Shakyamuni is as we are acquainted with one face and 2 arms, sitting in cross-legged with this particular gesture, and in the usual form of Shakyamuni, sitting in the heart of the Guru Tsongkhapa, about size of 1 finger span.
Shakyamuni Thuka la Yishi Simba Java Dojicham.
And in the heart of the Guru Shakyamuni, in his heart there is the Dhyana Sattva, the meditation being, wisdom being, the Dhyana being, the meditation being, Jnana Sattva in the form of Vajradhara.
Oh yeah. Simba Sung, Vajradhara ki thoga, Nime Chingo ki tingla, Hui Tingazi Simba, Yegi Hung Chi.
So, and in the heart of the Vajradhara, the blue Vajradhara, in the heart of the Vajradhara there is the letter Hum.
Hum tile was a namanga chudeke.
And from this Hum is radiating with 5-colored light.
Was a namanga patchuni was a touch Hum Kora Wogi Chin to Devarosi.
So the Hum is in the aura, it's in an aura of 5-colored light, right in the midst of light.
Lama Sumba Sunzi.
So that's the triple body of the Guru.
Lama Tsongabe Kula, Tansi Simba Shaja Tuba, Yishi Simba, Java Doji Chong, Tingazi Simba, and Hui Chetiri.
So
the Hayamba Gunju, this Samadaba Gonsayor, Jia Gonsayor, Dinjo Gonsayor, Jushu, Mamu Samji Mishabayor, Tangaraz Juman Hakaji.
So the outer form of the Guru, Lama Tsongkhapa, contains inside him the triple bodies of the Guru, the Samaya Sattva in form of Guru Shakyamuni, and that's pledge being, then wisdom being in the form of Vajradhara, then the meditation being or Dhyana Sattva in the form of the blue letter Hum. So in his body there are 3 bodies, triple bodies of the Guru. And so that's one way of visualizing
these triple bodies, which is mentioned in this text, but we can also change it sometimes. In place of Vajra or Dhara, there are Yamantaka or Chakrasambhara from, depending on what kind of guru yoga you practice, you change the visualization slightly. However, Kyabje Rinpoche will explain based on this text.
Oh yeah. Ta Lama ko le luje ko ga chana sang chu cha sa mare tu so yun sa re alin de baro sang che ya.
Tiparu sang na guruban. Lord. So here we make a short break.
Sanje Shindu Mede Dugan Namdaji Idam Guru Rana Mandala Gani
Ta zo Lama Simba Sungsi Jen Ji Songa Toga La Dansi Simba Shaja Toba, Di Toga Doji Chang, Di Toga Hui Uzenga Choas, Simba Sungsi Tire.
So now we have visualized the Guru containing the triple bodies, the Samaya Sattva, or a pledged being in form of Shakyamuni, and inside him there is the wisdom being, or Jnana Sattva, in form of Vajradhara, and then inside him there is the Hum, or Dhyana Sattva, or meditation being in the form of blue Hum. So that is the triple body of the Guru.
Ta Lama ko le luji ko lu te le na yo ba de doji chang ko le ko yo re. Te ko wa insan luji la sung ju suni ko ne sang de ba re zo. So
this Guru Puja or Guru Yoga is based on Guhya Samaja Tantra. So here there are the 32 deities of Guhya Samaja Mandala, which is placed inside the body of the Guru.
Yang doji chang ge cha la dingjo che. Dingjo ko le luji la tu ju de ni tu ju ko ne yang de ya chi.
And there is also the same Guru Puja combined with the Chakrasambhara Mandala, where one visualizes in place of the Vajradhara, blue Vajradhara, one visualizes inside the Guru Chakrasambhara with the 64 deities of the Chakrasambhara Mandala in the Guru's body. That is another way of doing it.
Ya Lama ko la dojang ge cha la dojin jije sha sha yong zo. Jije ge ne yang la jije ka se ma de. There
is also a way to practice it combined with the Yamantaka Mandala, where one visualizes Yamantaka in Guru's chest with 5 other Yamantaka deities in different places.
So
this Guru Puja is very, it can be combined with there are many possibilities. You can, in this practice of meditation, you can combine it with different other practices of meditation.
Nama rishin jinji teshin, laze daji naza su. Right?
Very.
Te yi zan doji chang di karisa kusho. Toga chada doji chang shechi chani. Ta toga chada doji chang di doji chang kondo ngombo. Shechi chani doji tribusung.
So this is according to Guhya Samaja Tantra. So here in Guru Shakyamuni's heart, you visualize Vajradhara, blue form, with one face and 2 arms in the embracing gesture, with bell and vajra in his hand.
Sheji chani doji tribusung. Doji zoni.
He is embracing with his consort Vajradhatishwari, or Vajra realm. He is Vajra sphere. Actually, it's a Vajra sphere. Goddess.
Nama reshen jenji tre shin sedu yoyo ninja Rinpoche jencha Rinpoche ujen nyenjen gujen semoto toshe chadu nusre chadu shadu shangal jiwa oba Rinpoche kara chenbe Rinpoche jen jeyore.
And so Vajradhara embracing with his consort Vajradhatishwari, they are in union, and both their body adorned with 8 the precious ornaments, that is the precious crown, the earrings, the necklace, and then the long like a garland, then the bracelets, anklets, and armlets, and then the precious belt. So there are 8 precious ornaments with which the body of the deity and the consort are fully adorned. So they are in union and experiencing the great ecstasy or the bliss, ecstasy or bliss of innate voidness and bliss. They are in that in the absorption of bliss and void. And their upper and the lower parts of the body are clad in celestial garments, celestial shawl on the upper to cover the upper part of the body, and celestial like a skirt, beautiful multicolored celestial garment for the lower parts of the body. So in such a dress, they are in such a dress. And both their bodies are their bodies endowed with the 112 auspicious signs or marks of the Buddha, and from their body then the rays of light, 5-colored rays of light, sort of constantly emanating. So the thousands of rays of light is sort of radiating from their body in 5 color, and they are sitting in the middle of the aura of the light all around their body. And the Vajradhara is in the Vajra Asana, the cross-legged Vajra Asana position, and Vajradhatishwari is in the Lotus Asana, in the Padma Asana. And then there the now the Vajradharas, there are 5 aggregates, such as the form, feeling, perception, and the consciousness, the cognition, and so on. These 5 aggregates are in the form of the 5 Dhyani Buddhas. And then the 4 elements with the body, the earth, water, fire, and wind. And the 6 senses, that's eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. And then the nerves and the veins and the joints. And the 10 limbs, that is the right and left arm, the right and left shoulders, the mouth and the sexual organ, and the right and left knees, and the soles of the feet, and the crown of the head. So those are the 10 limbs, and then also these 5 sense objects, that is form, sound, smell, and so on, the 5 sense objects within the body. So all those parts are then transformed into the 32 deities of the Guru Samaja, from the 5 aggregates to the 10 limbs. All. So the Vajradhara is already quite small. So the deities within its body are very little. They are minute little figures of the deity, and although it's not very clear, doesn't matter. Actually, in meditation, the smaller the objects is better. It's better in the long run for the meditation, for concentration. So we visualize these 32 deities in different places in the body of the Vajradhara. So if it is if Vajradhara, because it's small, if it's too difficult to visualize those deities, then we can visualize them in the outer body of the Guru. That is, there isn't much difference. Anyway, a very clear and precise visualization is difficult in our stage. So the most important thing is the feeling of the presence, that there are these deities. This feeling of the presence is more important than the clarity and precision of the vision. So here it says, your 5 aggregates are meditational Buddhas. 5, that means 5 Dhyani Buddhas. So that means on the head of the Guru, one visualize a Vairocana, white body. And between the head and the neck center, there we visualize Amitabha, red form, Amitabha. So in between the Vairocana is for form aggregates, and the Amitabha is for feeling. Amitabha is for perception, and then between neck and the heart center, in between there, we visualize Akshobhya, which is the purity of the consciousness aggregate. Now between the heart and the navel center, we visualize Ratna Sambhava, which is the purity of the feeling skandha, the feeling aggregates of the Guru, in yellow form, Ratna Sambhava. And then from between the navel center up to the beginning of the through thighs, in that area we visualize Amoga Siddhi, green Amoga Siddhi, which is the purity of Samskara Skandha. That is volitional formation, I think.
Sanye Jindo Mede Moa Ye, Rugan Namda Jina Java, Yo Edam Guru Rana Mandala Kanye.
Tichilam Solin Julian Solon or Jews, and the Channel Rani Gizgito.
No, Junior, so now what you. Oh, which one is that? Again, English is in there. Okay. Page of the Ram teaching on the
the General Rania Lama Council could choose Abaraja machine, you go to your person, so much you see now. Instead of usual to do this.
Notice. Now begins the transformation. In the blissful state of Guru Deva, my body emits rays of pure light, which going out in the 10 directions purify all that is animate and not, transforming them all so that now they become beings and objects of countless auspicious good qualities. Oma, Oma, Oma.
The Cheng Ale Rania Lama has the Diochimuchi ya.
So the first, in the blissful state of Guru Deva, that means that is the state of mind, our state of mind, which is in the experience of the highest state of bliss. So before we have done refuge, and after the refuge, then all the object of refuge absorbed in us. So after the absorption of the field of refuge in us, then by this absorption we experience very great state of bliss in our mind, and in that state of bliss all the obstacles of the delusion, all the impurities are completely sort of ceased, completely purified. And so together with that, our ordinary body also becomes empty, becomes totally empty, and then we experience the void nature, the voidness, shunyata, the void nature of everything. And so out of that union of bliss and void, our mind in the state of bliss and voidness, then we generate in a new form. We generate in the form of our, in form of a deity, or with which we are acquainted with. For example, if one practices Yamantaka as one's principal practice, then at this moment, then out of voidness, we generate in the form of Yamantaka. So you can generate in any form which you are acquainted with Yamantaka, in form of Yamantaka, or Vajrayogini, Guesamaja, Chakrasambhara, whatever form is more acquainted with. So in that form, in that form of deity, Anuttara Tantric deity, then we generate.
Lama la gandri se lama la jije ji ko de se rang jije ko she ji cha ni yong da je ba go re da pe na yong da je ba ko le shin yong de de lama la yu ko re tha ne re rang ge lama ngo yi ba lama ra se yi rang so ngo ji ba sang do rang la se ne lama ngo lama da rang ge sim da yi rang ji ba do the said on the Lamada, Lamada, Yedam Sanja Kaino to the Chiva.
So in the blissful state of Guru Deva, here Guru Deva refers to one's personal deity, and also which is one with the Guru. So when we awake here in the form of the deity, we also we should think that we have become that deity, Yamantaka or whatever, and we have also become the Guru. So we are we are united. We unite ourselves with the Guru and with the deity, and so merge into one. We all merge into one.
Hayimba, Sakadajila said, Lamengo Shada Yinza, Dajig, Sakadajibone, La Yedamia Imba, Rankisimba, Lai Lamengo Imba Santon.
So whenever we visualize a deity, oneself as a deity or deity in front of us, we should always see that form of the deity as the form of the Guru, always not sort of separate from the Guru. So when you become here the deity, we automatically becomes also the Guru. So we become we generate in the form of the Guru deity, and then from our body emits rays of light, rays of pure light. So these rays of light is emitted from if one visualize oneself Yamantaka with the consort, then it can these rays of light are emitted from the junction of the deity and the consort, or also from the heart. So from whatever place, from any of these places, you send out the rays of light, which is the rays of light, which is not just the light, but it is the blissful state of mind itself in the form of light. So the rays of light go out in all directions and purify all that is animate and not. Actually, in Tibetan, so they purify the container and the content. So the container refers to all the place, like the place in which we live in, the world, all are transformed. It purified all the place, and also the content, that the beings. All the beings, all the sentient beings are purified. So when the rays of light touch our place, our house, and the mountain, the plain, and, the rocks, everything around us, all the place, then it completely purifies them, transforms them, and our place, the world is completely transformed into the very abode of the Buddha, with all its perfections and beauties and perfections and precious qualities.
Mori Tanja, Lama Rajan to June, Madaba Kue, Minzayam Heva, Kangalobe Tabe Shinta Temple, Jurson, Samacha.
So the place is also transformed into the pure abode of the Buddha without any defilement, and also the beings in that place, the samsaric beings, they are also transformed into the manifestations of the Buddhas without any defilement, without any impurities, all sentient beings into the male and female deities, or the gods and goddesses in the form of gods and goddesses, filling the whole space. So all sentient beings of all 6 realms are all transformed, purified and transformed into the deities of the Buddha field. So this is one of the essential practice in the stage of generation in the Tantra, where one transforms. The main thing in the practice of generation is one transforms one's view, one's ordinary view of the place and the sentient beings and all around environment, everything. Our usual ordinary view or ordinary impure view of everything is transformed into the abodes of the Buddha and into the deities. So transforming the impure view, that is one of the principal practice in the stage of generation. So they are all transformed into the sort of defiled pure appearance of the place and the beings, and then the whole the place and the space is filled with various objects, auspicious like objects and offerings, such as the offerings, water, flower, incense, the light, and music, and this kind of offerings, as well as offerings of form, sound, smell, tactile sensation, like this. All they're all different kinds of objects, so fill the whole space in the world around us, all in a sort of in the perfect order, or not like a whole sort of like heap of offerings sort of mashed together, but they are all in their beautifully arranged and set. So we visualize that the place and the space around us completely filled with various offering objects, very harmoniously and very beautifully arranged and so arranged, not without any disorder. So with this visualization, then we recite mantra Om Ahum, Om Ahum, Om Ahum 3 times for consecration.
Om Ahum sung lo ni jinji lo ya de la Om Ahum ngo yi shi la se chue ba kang yo ba de ngo de dong ge shi yin ba.
So Om Ahum, Om Ahum, that is the syllables for blessing. The actual blessing is all those offerings that we have visualized, they are not just the ordinary objects, material objects, but they are all with they all hold the nature, the essence of bliss and void union. It is the experience of bliss and void union itself in the form of the offerings.
Jeba chena nacho chenla je tujo nacho cheba chenla be kanga su je chu leba chena dege tu sungre.
So here we can insert that part of the consecration of the inner offering, which is in the Yamantaka sadhanas and so on. So if you wish, you can add this here, just before the Om Ahum Om Ahum. There you can take from the sadhanas, from your usual tantric sadhanas, for consecration of the inner offering. That part you can take here, but even but it's not absolutely necessary. This part is sufficient for consecration.
Ta ngo yishi la namba na che da che ze su su namba jen sno be ngo ji ba che yishi de dong yishi yin ba namba su ka she na che yin ge ka she che che me do do be ma me zhi xia she ze ro mu su zhe 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 jia de yong a da an ko lo no bu zong mu le mu long mu ren mu chen ha de zha xi da jie zha xi zhe jie ba namba na su de me se ya me ba ji be che ba gang yin ne be si so all these the various auspicious symbols or offerings or objects that we have visualized around us, they all hold the essence of the bliss and void, the union, not just of like ordinary material object, but they are with that hold that wisdom of bliss and void, and itself then in the form of various objects, beautiful symbols, such as flower, incense, and so on, and also the 8 auspicious symbols like precious banner, the precious umbrella, the wheel, the conch shell, and like these various auspicious symbols, and and also the 7 like the precious horse, the precious the elephant, and the precious lotus, and so on. All these in various different forms, very beautiful in appearance, and with very meaningful essence. So the consecration of the offering is important. It is an important practice. But actually, in the preparation of lamrim, there is one must first learn to clean one's place, and then arrange the altar, to set the offerings, and so on. All those are general preparation, which also should be applied here. Before you practice the Guru Yoga, first one to arrange one's place of meditation and the altar, and those it's same as in the Lamrim puja. Lama me do de which kanga doa. That's how Jishin Lama Chen Changwood, Sosa Wurdanga, Sosa Dijon Chewa Inza, So the Saya de Gabatsosa Chigre Lama Lapune, Sosa Chigre, Jangbo Melon, the Jimbaton, Sosa Chigre, and condition the Sa Chigres, Sosa Shin Lama Letaba Yomari. Sanje la phuba le cha lama le phu ne yaga so shin de den ye zan de lama yida sanje je kang lo la me ngo sa lo don ne gong go lama cho phu sat ji sanje lama de sanje ge na ga chim ne yo re de rang ge ngo ma chen me ba da ji wo de su su ma go yo ba de ma shin me ba je ma tho.
So after the consecration of the offerings, the consecration offerings with bliss and void. And after that, then we actually invite, like we visualize, we invite the assembly of the Guru, what is called the tree of the Guru tree, or the field of merit. We visualize it. We invite the field of merit. So this is called the field of merit. That means an object or a field from which one can accumulate great merit. In general, there are many different objects of for accumulation of merit, such as offerings to the Guru, to the Buddhas, and also practice of giving to other sentient beings, and so on. There are many, many ways of accumulating merit, but one of the most powerful way to accumulate merit is making the prostrations, making offerings to the Guru. That is one of the most powerful way to accumulate merit. So therefore, we are here first inviting the Guru and the whole field of merit as an object for our accumulation of merit.
Ta Lama gombe ne de kawa gongo resne gonsa cheya mare. Twa la san ro ga le somba de la Lama konto gombe ne ndo ta chi zu ni gi ji ra ra mo ba jin de te se ne Lama ndo la gong chu chi zu la gong ni ge na ni gi ji la gong chu re su su me ba kawa yo yo gong chu re so.
So actually one can visualize the Guru in different places. One can visualize the Guru in front of us, separate from in front of us, facing towards you. One can visualize the Guru on top of one's own head, or one can visualize the Guru in one's own heart. So there are different places. Those are all proper place for a Guru to visualize.
Ta derin dulu gomare. So
for here, the Guru is visualized in front of us, facing to you as an object for accumulation of merit, and as an object of all the following practices.
In
the vast space. So this begins with the verse. It says, in the vast space of non-dual voidness and bliss.
They don't yeme la la yawa, they don't yeme la gang gone, they don't yeme, Chopa, they don't yeme, Ran la gone, they don't yeme, Dungalama, la gare gone, they don't yeme gungore.
So this the vast space, non-dual voidness and bliss. This non-duality of voidness and bliss is something which we must meditate, something which must apply in the practice of Tantra, in Anuttara Tantra, and everything. When we think of the offerings, that's also bliss and void. When we think of the deity or Guru in front of us, that's also bliss and void. And when we think of ourselves becoming the deity, that's also out of bliss and void. So everything in the Anuttara Tantric meditation, everything, the object and the subject and everything is all out of bliss and void. That must be applied everywhere.
They don't hear me get Tombani, that you were to Tanja Tombani, what you getting Tombani. The other Kavayo, the other Ransin, the Wachimum Rusuma to go. So, me and sing the Wachimbo, the Ranga Laguna, Pengomari. Me and the Wachimota, that you can you ne, Teranji to Tombani, Tombalago. Ranga sing the Wachimbo Ishi, Tanta Dojin, Ima Doji, too. Lenji, the Wachimbo Ishi, somewhat dead down. You change, you Tombani, the Chula, so they don't imagine Lalang Yamba, Nakako Yambu, Chite.
So here the non-duality is the subject, the blissful state of mind, and the object shunyata. So they are completely like absorbed, completely integrated, without duality, without separation. So the shunyata, or the object, that is the nature of every phenomena, everything that exists. The nature, the ultimate nature of everything or every phenomena is shunyata, or voidness, void of inherent nature, inherent existence, the selflessness. That is the void nature, which is the object. And our mind, we are in the form of the deity. We have become the deity, and our mind is in the state of highest bliss. In the state of highest bliss, which is fully absorbed in the shunyata, in the shunyata of every phenomena, in the universal voidness. There, so in that object, our mind is fully sort of absorbed. So this is the union or the non-duality of bliss and void. So out of that voidness and out of that union of bliss and voidness, then everything generates. Ladu nanga se shana. Namka la shana.
Naga yangbo techi le dong yeme halang yangbar. Constant chuten tikbe use, constant chuten de tagi chinji la choba ke bha na ke ting da buti ni or da odire techi la asgre.
So here it says, in the vast space of non-dual voidness and bliss, midst a cloud of Samandavadra's offering. So Samandavadra's offering means infinite offering, so limitless offering. So that is the offerings that we have before visualized, sort of filling the whole space. Everywhere there are various offerings. That is called Samandavadra offering, which is also a creation of bliss and the union of bliss and void.
Constant churchen naka kanya de la chana ngazo le dambo ke lo le sha thogu mare ma to pena chuen shesin de chuen ke naka kan shepsi ke naka kan me do ke naka kan de ke naka kan kan che chana de sim le sha khawo yo re ji ke khone ye ma sha sa men du sam ba yu re de le de lo le sha che ji ke ji dang be be sha ya bo shen na ne lo le sha tho dang ji yo re. So naka kan churchen du su la a chu ji che be zu ge zu chen chen ji go men ge be lu ke sha mang yo re de gi shi tsu ma de sing ma re. Tang aran so churchen ji ma tri ba ma jung de su su lo le sha che ji chopa ten na so be ma sa wa me ba kan gu ba yo ba ji naka kan de wa sang dong de re.
So here so midst a cloud of Samandavadra offering. Samandavadra offering means limitless offering, infinite offering. It has a very a special meaning too. But what we must understand from the Samandavadra's offering here is that all the each of the offering is limitless. If we think of offering flower, this flower is limitless. When we think of the flower, is flower completely filling the whole space, limitless. In the same way, incense also limitless, and the light also limitless. Like this, each of the offering in countless times and in countless forms, without a sort of infinite offering. So we don't have to. Our mind does not need to be troubled by, if we visualize one limitless flower, then where should I place all those limitless incense? This kind of worries are unnecessary. In your mental creation, you can create one in place of the other without obstructing each other. So therefore, when you think of the flower, the whole space is filled with the flower. When we offer light, the whole space is filled with light. So in that way we should visualize. That is Samandavadra offering. And then in front of us on the ground, on the vast plain or ground, we visualize a very vast lake. A lake of not ordinary water, but like a lake of milk ambrosia. And the ground under the water is all filled with the sand of very precious substance, precious jewels, and the rocks and pebbles and everything under the water is all precious, various precious jewels. So from the center of this, the lake of ambrosia, and from the center grows a tree, the tree wish fulfilling, wish granting, or wish fulfilling tree. So His Holiness says, so most of you are all actual practitioners of the Dharma, and there can be still some who are still very beginners, or just collecting some knowledge or information about Dharma. However, those people who yesterday His Holiness seen, there are some of you are already started your studies, special studies of the Dharma through the method of debate, through the method of dialectic.
Today is a senior taken so get senior Yaguji Shane, Parcent of Oma Yaguji Shamba Yeneda, Tagishi Chambure, Arasudan. So, Lama so if you continue to practice this kind of studies, in this method of studies, it will be very beneficial. And if you complete your study of the Prajnaparamita and on the Madhyamika, if you complete, then you have become a great geshe, and you have become then equal to all the great masters or geshes or lamas. So if you first you should learn little step by step first about those different cases, as you have debated about yesterday, different cases and how many cases are there between this and that and so on. So learn those, and then study the Dura, the elementary, the debate, the methods about Dura, and when you have completed that, then you should begin the study of about the mind and mental factors. About mind and mental factors, and these are very important, because in our practice, in our learning of the Dharma, the most important thing which comes in every now and then is all about mind and the mental factors and how mind functions and so on. So therefore, this study of mind and mental factors through this method is very beneficial. Teba Sumbara, Ralea, Netu Ranji, Chansin Sunja Lea, Tsolam, Jurlam, Tolam, Golam, Melulam, Jalang, Aringarishe.
And also the stages and the path, about the stages and the path. You have already some knowledge about this, like all the three paths. Each one has the 5 stages: path of accumulation, preparation, seeing, meditation, and no training.
Oh yeah. That in the Jonah, and they are senior machine in the dots of Karinachi Ashamish, Tigurda, Melvizeti, Gishinia Yorba, dot, Yanni Anto Debertini, Ready Anjeransame, Tensions of Lugotola, Petagondia Chebe, Pagonal Zuchene, Tedegnis slaying Gumari, Tisanti Yungumari, Tension Rugute.
So in this way, if you gradually continue and go on in the studies, this will become very beneficial for your understanding and practice of the Dharma. And for those who are not necessarily interested in learning Dharma in that way, they still should learn the Dharma. They should learn the Dharma through by taking teachings, teachings from the masters. Like you have here an excellent geshe with you, so you should continue to learn, receive teachings on the Dharma as much, as frequent as possible. And that's to clarify your knowledge, your understanding of Dharma. That's the learning is very important. And then try to put into practice as much as you can. Of course, to dedicate completely all your time and energy in the practice of Dharma is difficult due to many situations and circumstances. All of you to lock up in the cave, in the mountain, that's impossible. One must live, and for that reason one must engage in some other activities also. Situation is very different. For example, in the past in Tibet, if someone really decide to dedicate one's life in the practice and live in the mountain like that, then it doesn't need to worry about his living, then because then everybody brings food and whatever is needed, and doesn't need to worry, and can spend all one's time in intensive practice. So in India, when the Lamas arrived in India, this situation is also changed. Now, not only people find it difficult to support the practitioners of the Dharma, but also sometimes people ask help and material support from the Lamas. For example, in India there are many beggars, for example, which they come here and there and ask for food and so on, and that a practitioner of the Dharma is duty to give and fulfill their wishes and so on, but usually they don't appreciate anyway very much. And now in the West, this tradition of begging does not exist. So there is a difficulty about the practice of giving, material giving, because there is no object. So therefore, if one give up all one's activities and engagements and dedicate one's life and time completely in the practice of meditation and so on, in which things one will face some difficulty. Doesn't think people will come and give donations and support all the time. So in the past also, in the great masters, great siddhas, they have also practiced the Dharma together with other activities. For example, the great Mahasiddha Saraha, he was like the chief of all the great Mahasiddhas, but he when he practiced his Dharma, his meditation, he had to do it. He had a very difficult time. He had to do it with other activities. He became like a slave, a servant of a prostitute, and he had to the lowest job was given, that is to clean, always to clean, sweep the house and so on, around the house and so on. He for 12 years he worked as a sweeper in this in the house of the prostitute, but at the same time he was in the night and so on, he was practicing meditation and he was practicing Dharma, and while he was he was employed in with this job, he has attained all the realizations. And one time, then the prostitute, the lady saw him, their servant, sitting in the midst of a fire in meditation, and then she was very sort of surprised and shocked, and then immediately she became his disciple, and she asked for forgiveness, and then she also has been attained great realization from his teachings and from his blessing and teachings. But at first he also had to work very much, not only spend time always in his meditations, and also there were many other masters like that. One of them had to work as sesame seed chopper. So all day is spent on chopping these sesame seed for making sesame oil or something. But together he was practicing the Dharma, and while he is doing, and attained high realizations. But there are others who completely give up all kinds of activities. There are also some like that, like Luipada, who gave up all engagements, was completely gave all concern for his living, and then dedicates all his life in the practice of Dharma, and lived just by eating the intestines and these things, remainings that the fishermen throw on the riverside, and by eating those he lived, and then spent dedicated all his life and time in the meditation, so on. That is one way. That's one kind of practice of Dharma.
Today, jazan tuzuni mi keba bendu da chimbu junglu jasu tabu shenge ki keba maransu ki je manu ki keba re di ne ka je dile je ne jangshu duwa re.
So, in those great masters and Siddhas who has attained very high realizations and truly like respectable and sort of highly revered and very famous masters, they also practice Dharma with some difficulties, and not always everything very smooth and easy, but with some hardships and difficulties at the beginning, at first. So therefore you practice your Dharma, your learning and practice of Dharma together with your ordinary way of life, and there is a way to practice this, to combine the two, and then work and earn for your living, earn some money. It's also good because you can help others with the money if you have some money, and can also make good use of that also for a good cause, for the practice of Dharma. So it's not completely negative. So one can combine one's practice of spiritual practice of Dharma and ordinary of life, so can blend together. And also this is a more stable way, rather than first giving up everything and sort of decide, dedicate, and very excited. But after then one discontinues, one doesn't accomplish any result very quickly, then one give up, then one is completely broke, spiritually and materially broke.
And this one.
Laola diso.
Chisho, sisho, tesha.
That's how much. Chisho, sisho.
This one's a Chide Mayubache. Nalen Shita Mato Lamsanchi Areta Juma, Kale Kalechi, Yankasashi will Shima.
So, His Holiness says, so when you practice Dharma, we should walk very slowly and proceed slowly on the path without this excitement and this very hesitant attitude. So we should follow the steps of the lives. Who was walking on the head.
You shall not touch Jebezing, Chuzin, Chumbujine, Chuyunya man, Kokam Rure.
So,
Chuzan Mayoja Tachi and Zing Chumbujine, Chuchesund, Kokam Rure, Kalekale.
So, for example, even though there is like a pond, but if there's no stream, like water coming in, continues in that, although it is a big pond, one day it will all dry, become empty.
You must have a journey in Yalan Chujine, Tiba Sabe, John's Jewelry, Chutiba Dizamato Mene, Jonathan Mache Rochana, Kaya Sani over Chuchi.
But if the continuity, if the stream continues, then even drops can transform, eventually can produce a great ocean. If the continuity is always, if maintained, then even from little drops of water, a great ocean can develop. So, in the most important thing in the practice of Dharma is to keep the continuity going.
And the Kyabje you to Chiracheson and Migu Yungre. Chide Machebachi, Jeja Ruchina, Junche Mashana, Kota, and I gave you to my Chuti Yagore degree. Teach only Chima Pensi, Sugar Pengri. Sindel again watch the Peshak Pengri.
So if you earn, if you work through ordinary in the worldly level, if you work and earn some money, this would help in the future when one grows older and so on. In the same way, if one, together with that, if one also practice Dharma and keep the stream of Dharma going, then it would help us. Once practice Dharma will progress, and it would help us in this life and also in the future. And so that is a stable way to proceed on the path.
And Pesha Tosiana, Moshimba Pama Pinja, George of the Tujuna, Lasa Pagina, Lavachu Yore, Miss Hamagagiri.
And if you have earned some money with your ordinary works, then whenever there is somebody asks for something, somebody is in need of something, one can immediately, there is a chance to practice something. And one can accumulate merit from such practice too. And from time to time you can also make offerings to the triple gem, like we make offering here, offering. So although one renounce everything, of course if one can practice something very powerful, of course that will bring good result. But if not, then if one wish to do something or practice giving or something like that, because one has renounced everything, then we wouldn't have anything.
Porto Masoa, Gentle Son Sadre, Nale, Kele Mamuche, Jejumajun, Jehu, Singuyo, Doti, Did Mayimba, Chigi, no, the Yanli Torson, Samba Sustiori. Did they in the Yanaka, Kandogi in Jeduso, Jodu Jevacha, Majo Dudu, Chedukumare. Gunjaya in a Lamrinda, Chanshu Simia Gugun. The Mega Ganga Gun, Kayoma, Gumba Kashin, Gunda Machine. Talon Tilita Gonsaleva Mare.
So, most important thing that we should practice and try to develop in the mind bodhicitta and most important thing which we should try to develop in our mind is bodhicitta, and so keeping that principle in the mind, then one should and also the renunciation towards the samsara, and also meditate on the impermanence. These are very important, and with these principles keeping in the mind, then one practice all one's commitments, whatever one has practiced, try to practice them, but sometimes there are also ways to make one can shorten some things, and so there are many possibilities. So these practices or the commitment, your practice Dharma, should not take it as a load but as an ornament. All these practice of the Dharma, the responsibilities and commitments, all these should be taken sort of voluntarily, with pleasure, like an ornament, not taking it as a load, a heavy responsibility. And the most important thing is not to overwork or to stop working, but to keep the continuity of the work going. So other so without with the lack of this kind of principle practice in the mind, though one tries all other practices like esoteric tantric practices, so dealing with all the nadis, winds and all this and that, has no real great benefit. Even these lamas in Tibet, they receive all the teachings, all these the teachings of practice of six, practice of Naropa and so on, but until they reach that stage, they don't put immediately from the next day all those into practice. So one time in Drepung, in past in Tibet, a Lama received a teaching on the six practice of Naropa, and in order to not forget and not to forget this practice, and to acquaint with this practice, immediately after returning home, he tried some of this practice with the practice of lung. So some of the breathing exercise, like the ninefold respiration practice, just like inhaling from the left and exhaling through the right 3 times, then vice versa, and then 3 times simultaneously from both nostrils. This kind of ninefold breathing exercise can be done even before the Lamrim meditation. But besides it, there are many other breathing exercises, about 20 different kinds of respiratory practices. And also, when one practices that kind of exercises, there is also a special outfit, like shorts, like in the sport. And so one wears that kind of shorts, and then wear this belt, a special kind of belt. So So this meditation belt, the length of that should be, you fold it. This is it's a one like a circle, a round, completely sewed together, and then you fold it, and then with this the folded belt you tie it around your head, and then you hold still, like you can hold with 2 hands, and that is the length of the 3 times, 3 hands, 1 around the head plus 3 hands. That is the length of the.
And the Gonza go to Gonza go down the so gone, Pemoni Jing, Lavani Gonta all June, rest and then Zubu Jushin said, Zozo Chedea Giori. Metal Jushin said to Son Jig, True Giori.
So you wear this from behind, and knees, you sit in cross leg, but knees are sort of slightly raised, and then you this belt sort of holds the knees together, supports the knees together, and then put the 2 arms under the belt like this, and then put in a gesture, meditation gesture. That is called Tsupu Chujing Suno. Scout. Scout Tsupu Chujing. Chujing is not correct. Oh yes. Scouting, scout. Is that a word, scout? Sitting is scouting. Scouting. Squatting. Yeah, that's always. Squatting with 6 triangles. So that's like as you're sitting in a squatting position, and by this position it forms 6 triangles, or to 1 here, 1 there, and so on, around here.
Today, already, and Gombe Longu say I get Savitella, Longu say I now Tungur Jackson Suina, Luigi Tungur Telebe, Lavanindo, Spashe, Pakale, John, Shuya, Gongo, and those Sindesu, dead and the Bazate, Chenko lesson, those Sindeshu. Ama ne de goya yandu che goya ndobo ya pemo ko goya ndobo de sien goya kangwa jong goya ndobo na menda ji jo lila ligu chungor.
So there are many exercises like that. In some case you stretch both arms first in front, and then the left arm bend, and then the right arm also the bend on the touches the body, and then again to do it with on the other side, and like this, stretching all the muscles and all the veins and nerves, and they are practiced like that, many different kinds. And also rotating one's the abdomen 3 times, and clockwise 3 times, anti-clockwise, and there are many positions: bow-like position, vase-like position, and so on. And the position of the dog vomiting, you sit like a dog, and then sort of exhale from your mouth. It is exactly like when dog is trying to throw up. So like many exercises in the 6 practice of Naropa are taught, and usually when one takes teaching, one receives all these teachings, but they are not put into practice immediately from the next day. So that Lama, that Drepung who received that teaching, and in order to not forget those exercises, he went home and tried immediately the same evening some of the exercises.
Yana Koran Sha na pa Chilu Giguna pa de Churejiko. Ane Toga de me Yebeta Sha Tokalando, and Tungo to Chiviore. 얘네 샤 다들 잡아지기만 통들이야. 잡아지 녀샤서 다 녀바지 때 용도 쌈 대대 버지.
So he was practicing in the evening, in the night, mostly in the night, and every evening he did all these exercises, and the room is very small, so he had to go lean on the window and almost sort of a little bit sort of coming out of his body out of the window, and he is in this special outfit, sort of almost naked. And every evening, coming out of the window, and the monk who lives upstairs, seeing that, thought his neighbor has gone crazy. So the monk upstairs, he was always waiting for some scream or something, but it never happened. It comes out and does some strange things, and then again becomes very quiet. So this is repeated many nights like that. But anyway, but afterwards, however, this monk who was doing this exercise, he practiced after Lamrim. He practiced Lamrim meditation, and he also developed a bodhicitta, concentrated himself on all these practices, and at the end he became very great master. Very great master, went to his home country and also became very famous and very great master, and he passed away in a very good way, and now his reincarnation is in India, who is also a very excellent Lama. So in order to practice these exercises and these practice in connection with the nadis and the energy and so on, first one must practice the stage of completion, a stage of generation, and after that, if one begins one's practice of after gaining some kind of stability in the stage of generation, if one enters in those practices, then they are very powerful and very effective in generating the subtle heat and so on. So without all these bases, without the generation of bodhicitta, without any sort of these the good foundations, even though we try those exercises and those practice, we will not achieve any real worthwhile fruit. And then there is also a practice, one exercise practice which is called bep. So that means raising one's body from the ground. So one sits in completely cross-legged Vajrasana, and one holds the two big toes in two hands. Complete cross-legged position. Vajrasana. Hold tightly the two toes in two hands. So and then there is special visualization and practice with keeping the breath and holding the breath and so on. And then with this, then one should there is a moment one should jump. One should jump slightly And when someone is well trained and when the inner preparations, all the breath and everything is well sort of channelized, then actually they can raise quite high. So when one is well trained, then trained in it, in this kind of practice, then and holds the breath, and then one can raise in the sitting position very high, so sort of slowly raise very high in the space. But if one loses one's breath, one will collapse, falls down. So if one loses one's breath, then one should be ready to release the 2 toes from 2 hands and to stand up. Because if one does not lose the 2 feet and the Vajrasana, one can break one's leg or can cause great damages. So they usually train first themselves on soft cushions. So however, in Gilu tradition, although all these teachings and these exercises are also taught, but they are not put into practice immediately without the proper preparation. So one time in Kham, there were some yogis, and they were practicing very hard these kind of exercises, and they made good progress. So they were sort of practicing in kind of in a yard, which is the walls are quite high. After they could raise above the wall, their head coming above the wall.
So
they were practicing in the night, and somebody went to listen what they were doing. So then this person heard so many times this completely falling sound, bump or something, and then after that they were screaming also a little bit because it was very painful first, and so the next day they asked why they were doing so much. Taking so much trouble. What were they doing? That falling and endlessly falling and then crying.
And the Sanyo Sana Jen loves the Anjo Yen Cho Mari, Anjo Yen, Charanzube, Amjo Jun Chigri, me down the meal, Jun Chigris, Kundi Jajun to the Chevre.
And the yogis frightened this man that it is really transgressions of the secrets. So if you hear or try to look at them, this would cause great damage in the ear or in the eyes, and to warn them not to come around. So when one has laid the foundation of the bodhicitta is properly and gained stability in the stage of generation, then all these exercises and practice has great benefit and contributes very much for one's spiritual development. So So beside that, without this kind of preparation, even though one is very, one masters all those trainings and exercises and so on, let alone the path of Vajrayana, they don't become even a practice of the great vehicle without the foundation of the bodhicitta. They're just mere exercise, and it's exercise.
So His
Holiness has just mentioned this to you because since you can, when you hear or read books and so on, sometimes this may seem very fascinating, and one may easily might want to try such practices, but the need and the benefit and the right moment of those practices are, as Rinpoche has told before, His Holiness said there must be many of you who would like to fly in the space.
His
Holiness thought maybe some of you are wishing very much to raise one's body in the space and fly through the space and so on. But actually, even if you can fly through the space, that isn't a very great achievement. Anyway, we have to come back to the earth because we have to live, we have to eat food, and everything is on the ground. There's nothing in the space. So we have to fall down or come back on the earth, and anyway the birds are flying all the time. So therefore you shouldn't be fascinated by things which are not really fascinating, by the wrong things, and should be really fascinated by the essential things, such as development of bodhicitta. As it says in the Bodhisattva Charyavatara, the Buddhas of the Buddhas of all directions have meditated or thought for kalpas what is the most beneficial for the sentient beings, and the answer they found is development of bodhicitta. So there isn't anything more fascinating or more powerful greater than that.
Oh yeah. That show Pemuna, Gangwana, Kaleka, Toju Chena, some so journey at Sojutile Jamasita Moguna, Sambarabu, Tancha Yori. And
then there can be experience when the teaching sessions stretch very long, then they experience special experiences in the knees and so on. Then one really wishes to the session to end as quickly as possible, and also one's enthusiasm again to come back to the teaching sort of slightly decrease. So therefore His Holiness has told some jokes in order to fresh up our mind, and so that we finish this course, this teaching in laughter and in great fun, so that your enthusiasm in the future will be strong. So that's all for this time, and he left some auspicious remainings for the future. Osa ji beje joji me do tam ri ravlen ji de jamba de sanje dogon nam da jin lo je ba ro jo je zen la me go ze ra den jin nang gar ten de jo lo sa den de me sa sun ji ndo ye me ze da do ne So after this now actual practice of Dharma, for the transformation of their mind, for purification of our mind, for the have become very important contributory cause to attain enlightenment. So this has been, so since they are the circumstance, the cause of circumstance for that, so we should thank them and ask them to do more. Lawless. 저저 중니도 제가 생각도.
드네 다도행 알아봐셔 동로치스 어틀레 좀불레 두슬라.
So we should ask all those interfering forces to send as many interferences as possible. And that is the most powerful, actually most powerful way to practice the Dharma and to deal with the interfering forces. So when you practice the taking and giving practice, first when you before you take the sufferings of the sentient beings within oneself, we should generate a very deep and sincere compassion towards all sentient beings by realizing their situation, their suffering. We should first generate a strong compassion, and then out of that compassion then we take in all their sufferings with the inhalation of the breath, and which completely all ripes in this self-cherished egoistic attitude, and that it destroys completely. And then again we generate a sincere, very deep maitri, or the pure lovingness towards all sentient beings, by seeing that they lack true happiness and real happiness. Then with this understanding, then we generate a sincere wish to give happiness. To give happiness is a pure love, and out of that state of mind, then we, with the exhalation of breath, through the exhalation of breath, then we should think that all one's happiness and merit are exhaled through the right nostril in the form of white rays of light, go out in all directions and reach all sentient beings, and that purifies them completely, like a snowfall, like that. They falls on all the spread on all sentient beings, and which purifies all their obstacles, cause of the suffering, and they all enjoy the fruit of lasting happiness, peace and happiness. So one can do this practice in many ways. Sometimes one visualizing one's father placed right in front and do the practice, and sometimes place one's mother in front and do the practice. And sometimes do it with one's family members or one's neighbors, or those people of the same area or the same village, or the same town, or the same the city, the state, and the country, and then the continent, and then the world, and to all sentient beings throughout the universe. One should begin always with the taking, not with the giving, but first taking. First, one should take the suffering. For example, if somebody is very sick, or somebody has some great pain or something like that, then even if we give food and bring lots of goodness, that doesn't help really until the trouble is stopped. So in this, so therefore, first one should take away the sufferings, the problems, and then give the happiness.
So
if one does this very sincerely, and with also very strong, deeply praying to the Guru and Triple Gem for their blessing, it is it's very beneficial. It's a very beneficial practice. So here actually one should receive more precise teaching on the sevenfold training of the mind, but to give that will take at least 2 days. So however, we should take those points from those teachings and then practice sincerely. But when you, for example, practice the taking of the suffering, sometimes our mind, with all our usual conceptions, sometimes we may worry, or maybe if I take the suffering of that sickness, maybe that sickness will come on me, and like this kind of fears and doubts may arise from the corners of our mind. If one really feels sincerely this kind of doubts and so on, actually it's a sign that one's practice is quite sincere. It's becoming quite profound. So when one finds such practice very difficult, it's quite impossible to practice, so first one should train with oneself. So place in front of us the oneself of tomorrow. Our self of tomorrow is placed in front of us, and the today's oneself then practice with the tomorrow's oneself. So to get acquainted with this idea, so first we place the oneself of tomorrow, of the next day, in front of us, and then all his troubles and problems we sort of take in now, take by ourselves. So, or sometimes the sufferings or problems which may arise in the future, in one's place, in one's country, and like this, we can take it like in advance. That's also training with the mind. And also when we practice this taking, and the taking and giving, it's not, you can also practice it with the place, not only with the sentient beings, but with place, environment, the country. If there are all the faults or all the negative qualities of the place, of the country, all these things again are taking in, and we are again sending out the rays of light which purifies and transforms the whole place, environment in completely, made them completely pleasant and harmonious and very agreeable. Oh yeah. So whenever we face certain specific sufferings or problems, like when we have great sickness, or sometimes when we have strong delusions, like hatred, attachment, so on, or this, when we are in such a position, we should specially practice the taking and giving. When we, for example, suffer very much from anger, then at that time we should think there are so many other sentient beings who also has the same problem, the same anger. And should realize that the anger is something very negative, a delusion, which causes great suffering to oneself or others, and which actually cuts the root of the virtue. And very disturbing force for all beings. So with that realization, then we again we take all the anger of all other sentient beings, we take it in the same way and absorb it in us, and which sort of destroys this egoistic, the self-cherishing attitude is completely punished or completely destroyed. And then, so by taking this the anger, all those sentient beings are free from the anger, and after that again with a sincere wish of giving, then we give the opponent of the anger, which is love, the pure love, we send out in the rays of light in all sentient beings, so that all those sentient beings receive the happiness of the pure love. So once on this merit, this root of pure loving or maitri, which is in our mind, that we send out in forms of rays of light to other sentient beings. So there's no limit. You can do it as many times as you like, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, as many times as you like. There's no any particular number. In the same way, when we experience suffering or trouble with attachment, strong attachment rising in the mind, and at that time again we should again reflect on all other sentient beings and realize the same problems in their mind, and then again generate the wish of taking their attachment in ourselves. So when we
raba mashabe ge zakon yo pa dong do su go.
And so we taken by realizing that attachment is source of sufferings and difficulties to oneself, and also the same for other sentient beings. So with this understanding, then we take in the attachment of other sentient beings in the form of dark rays of light. They come in, enter through our nostrils and go down and absorb again in the self-cherishing attitude. And so they are freed from the attachment, and then again we send out the rays of light. Our state of mind free from attachment. We send that out with loving state of mind to ascend out in the form in the rays of light, touches all sentient beings, and they experience the happiness of the detachment.
Today, Nyalendra's journey. Today, Demba, Takaba Savinci Toda, a swinging Toda, Siayorda Tonga Terisha, that's Hasamare. Today, Ta, Yonzonchi, the Sinjel Pa, give up heart, don't be me, but don't get too, let me be a chene, Sinjel Shrapan Togumendu. Today is a Sinjel Koran, the other Demba Koran, to Samare. That's Sinjel Taja, the other Demba, don't the church, Maria Chegusare, some Tasson, don't worry.
So thus, when we practice this taking and giving, then after thought would arise in us. The practice of taking and giving isn't sufficient to actualize the fruit in other sentient beings. It doesn't help that much in solving the problems of the sentient beings and making them to obtain the happiness. So, and the sentient beings from their side also incapable of managing their own problems, and so we should generate still a more powerful and more superior courage or strength of the mind to take the responsibility of all of other sentient beings upon oneself.
Koran 지금 말에 신신기 동 대화단 대마 동에 내 제삼베베 당아래 제동고도 삼베 심다게 제도 조그래 되도 라베 삼바지 호래.
So when we could determine our mind, decide completely, determine our mind to take upon oneself, completely take upon oneself all this responsibility, this heavy responsibility of all sentient beings. When we fully determine in our mind, very sincerely in our mind, then what is called the supreme mind, or the higher or supreme mind, or the supreme laksam, the supreme thought or courage has developed in our mind. And then we should meditate whether we are capable of fulfilling such a duty to lead all sentient beings, to establish them to the state of liberation, to the state of full enlightenment, if we are capable of fulfilling such a great duty. Then honestly we are quite incapable, let alone all the sentient beings. Even to fulfill the purpose of one sentient being is quite beyond our ability. So although it is very hard, very difficult, but this is still the only solution to the sufferings of the sentient being, that is to establish them to the state of enlightenment. Until then is there no real freedom and real solution of the problem. So therefore we should seek. So what is the best means? What is the best way or method to fulfill that duty? And then one realizes the need of attaining full enlightenment, need of becoming oneself the Buddha, in order to act, in order to fulfill this duty completely.
So
if we have good understanding of the refuge about the qualities of the Buddha, this would help very much at this point, when you meditate on this point.
So the one who is actually fully capable of leading the sentient beings to the state of enlightenment, to help the sentient beings in the most complete and the best way, is the fully enlightened Buddhas, the fully enlightened beings. So therefore, we should generate the aspiration, the sincere, the strong wish to attain the state of full enlightenment of Buddhahood as a means to fulfill this responsibility or this duty that we owe to other sentient beings. So that when that state of mind or that aspiration has sort of fully generated in us, sort of spontaneously generated in us, then bodhicitta has risen in the mind, in our mind. ane te to la phari chimba thul nya le sutim jemba sutim la dima che phari chimba thul la da tene dire ne chen tene tamaya ausjona tene sanga doji teba la tene chende la sanje ya ga nya le ya bo ma jona ane ya chen to sa sanje we menga phwa ne ju la phwa ye jang phwa ya bo yo re phwa de khasin she ju ma ju dingjo le yo re khajo ma le yo re jisen ju ma le yo re phwa menga dewa jing phwa yo re phwa ji jong gi ne ya go yo re ma ba na phwa su na a de se hu da ba da chi gi na sa lo dong shen ge ji na a chu nya le je dang shen su na ane chu je ge de la ka bu gen je ma mo rang ya lo ma lu shi ra rang je go ma re sha jang ru re chu je dang ye ma shen ba yin na ne ane ji je du chu ya go yong ji je du be la ro ha de ne ma ngu ji du wa.
So we are seeking the blessing to the guru to generate this kind of the mind in ourselves, and then we should actually not only generate it in our as a wish in our mind, but also we should take completely the bodhisattva vow to keep that state of mind and to actually to fulfill this wish through engaging in all the practices and all the disciplines and all the practices of the bodhisattva, such as it says, I seek your blessing that I may willingly pursue the discipline of the three moralities of the Mahayana, that are the three shilas, like shilas of helping sentient beings, shilas of refraining from unwholesome actions, and so on. Those moralities of the great vehicle, and restrain my thought flows with the pure bodhicitta vows, the sole path traversed by all the victorious ones of the three times. So to completely engage oneself in the path, or in the path leading to the Buddhas, in the path of the bodhisattvas, and then to engage, fulfill all these practices, all the following paramitas, such as giving, then the discipline of the Shila, then patience, then the enthusiastic perseverance, and meditative concentration, and perfection of wisdom, to fulfill all this kind of this kind of the conduct with the bodhisattvas. And when we have all these the common path, the path has well sort of established in our mind, then we enter into the most powerful method, or most effective path or method, which is the path or method of the Tantra, of the Vajrayana. So for us to properly enter in this path, with the proper procedure, in the proper manner, we enter in the path through taking initiations and so on, and then keeping the samayas and vows and oaths of this method very sincerely and very precisely, then develop on the path of the stage of generation first, and then stage of completion, and thus to attain enlightenment in this life. And if that is not possible, if to accomplish state of to accomplish the stage of Yogananda or enlightenment is not possible in this life, then we seek the blessing of the Guru to transfer our consciousness. The practice of Poa comes in. We transfer our consciousness to more superior abodes, realms of the Buddha, in order to complete quickly all the remaining stages of our path of the Vajrayana. So this practice of Poa, transference of consciousness, is also a very effective method, which you should eventually learn about. And there are different methods of practice of Poa in the relation with Vajrayogini, Chakrasambhara, Tara, and Amitabha, and so on. There are Maitreya, and so on. There are many different methods of this practice of Poa, or transference of consciousness, which are very beneficial, which we must learn. So in that way, His Holiness said, in that way, if one proceed on the path and practice Dharma in this sort of proper manner, in this proper way, then there will be not many ups and downs in the practice of Dharma, in our practice.
Lama
in the generation of the after the generation of the bodhicitta, then one goes through all the practices of the paramitas, giving, shila, and so on. Actually, His Holiness must explain all these in details, but the time has already ended for this time. So His Holiness will keep this, leave this as an auspicious remaining for the next time. So His Holiness says, so most of you are all actual practitioners of the Dharma, and there can be still some who are still very beginners, or just collecting some knowledge or information about Dharma. However, those people who yesterday His Holiness seen, there are some of you are already started your studies, special studies of the Dharma through the method of debate, through the method of dialectic. And then, so at the end, we seek the blessing of the Guru to be able to exchange, sort of actually directly exchange the position of oneself and other sentient beings, and to exchange this attitude, this concern for oneself and other sentient beings by seeing that the selfish concern is the gate to all the sufferings, all the torments, and the cherishing other sentient beings is the very foundation or the source of all the virtues and happiness. By this, then we sort of conclude to exchange completely oneself with others, and we are asking for the blessing of the Guru, able to do so.
Lama didi malu mimba Lama chirangibe tene yobade
So as a conclusion of this this practice, then we are asking for the blessing of the Guru to actually let all the sufferings of the other sentient beings, let it rise in ourselves, upon ourselves, let it fall, rise upon ourselves.
And
So this practice, this is the practice of taking and giving, and this can be combined also with visualization. So when one actually generates the wish of taking all the sufferings of the sentient beings upon oneself, we visualize that the sufferings of all sentient beings are gathering like a cloud, like a dark clouds, like a pollution. Like that, they are all gathered, and then they, when you then they come in in ourselves, and and together with the inhalation, Solin says one can do it with breathing or with combining with breathing or without breathing. However, if one does it with respiration, then as one inhales, then all these, like the dark clouds, like the suffering sentient beings, are inhaled in ourselves, and they go into our heart, and which completely crushes, which completely destroys the self-cherishing attitude. And then out of a wish to actually give happiness and goodness to the other sentient beings, together with the exhalation of the breath, then all one's merit, all one's own happiness, attainments, whatever we have, any positive qualities that we have, we send it out with the breath in form of light, in form of rays of light, going out of our nose and going out in all directions and reaching all sentient, touching all sentient beings and purifying their obstacles and giving them an everlasting happiness. So that is the practice of giving. So this practice of taking and giving, usually when you practice Guru Yoga, slowly practice Guru Yoga, this is repeated 3 times, with special emphasis. And the next request is actually to overcoming all the, or transforming all the negative circumstances, interference, into a path, into the practice, into a path. So that means that in the degenerate, especially in the degenerate time, like now, when you practice Dharma, or when you don't practice Dharma, anyway, we face lots of unfortunate circumstances and negative circumstances, problems from here and there, from outside. And always there are some disturbance like that.
No labor, Mandela Shada, Mogidata, Nasadata, Matun, Data, Loju, Linju, Data, Amjo Sabuche, Jogi Sinjans Labor, Tagana, Shada, Mandela Shada, Yonde Yona, and she said to your marriage as not to Sugimino Yadubu. No, you debate review Yongode, Mendodong, Shada Bojers, and Rale, Mandela, Nasa, Jongoka, Kameka Kami, Kandra, which is Chaba Yongu Yone. That can't join the John Hamel Lang and Devu, that is all nuclear, somebody Lang and Devu save Jurtone, Cheng Lanto Long or Sinji Lows, what a Lang and Sayag and Devu, that we ask somebody which you was.
So this, with this method of transforming the negative circumstances, unfortunate circumstance into a method, into a path, then we can deal with, we can endure all the will then not be affected by the problems or by the unfortunate negative circumstances which we face within ourselves and outside. There are, for example, the great troubles and sufferings outside, such as the fightings, the wars, and then also like epidemics and all these kind of the common sufferings like that. And then there are individual sufferings in the sentient beings, and by the increasing of their greed, their aggression, and so on, all kinds of problems like this increase. And we are actually living in the midst of all these kind of negative circumstances. So if we practice the method of transforming the negative circumstance into a positive means to progress on the path, then all these kind of problems and that unavoidable, all these kind of situations will become also a help in our practice. And the way of doing that is to accept them and to actually realize them as a fruit of one's own karma, the fruit of the unwholesome karma which oneself has accumulated. The fruit is now sort of ripening in those forms, in the form of those situations. So this is a best way to overcoming the negative circumstance.
Soga Chino Puggy. So let you must have a lava jen, Lushana, Kush, which you go to die in the way of social mason, that lava going with you somewhere. For example, we are so we are Tim de Lavagata, that Tim Chimuting and Tingage, Shira, Gavache, that's so junior, it is so Mogo, Lavaza, Kush, so could we ask Sangodova?
So, for example, if there is somebody who has committed very heavy crimes or something, which is actually is to be executed or to be completely killed for that heavy crime, but then after, if that very heavy punishment is sort of sufficed by maybe cutting a hand or something like that, so that person, that criminal, that person would be feel very relieved, so that at least he doesn't have to die or would not be killed.
but Lama Kunjo got in like true of Chikacha into Devati Chong Chin. Chang and Bati, Devati Sindil, 2 million, now it's hard double. Kajana read double, me, Sodan down double. So one let it short of the but could go short or in some, we are so good doing it, not how I go short or shit. I have today is a Chang and Bachu go Gongway, Josette Son Gongway.
In the same way, we have accumulated very heavy, like coarse, unwholesome karmas that we have, which can actually actually throw us in the unbearable sufferings of unfortunate realms and so on. But for the present, very fortunately, we have taken rebirth as a human being, and those unfortunate karmas are manifesting in those problems, in the form of those problems on a much lesser degree, and with little troubles, with some little bad lucks, or little like some sickness, or some problem like that, or maybe 1 or 2 times slapping in the face, or somebody scolding us, or something like this in a much lesser degree. So when we experience that and see that as a fruit of one's unwholesome karma we have accumulated, we should be very pleased that this very much heavier consequence is being purified or sufficed by very little problems. So this kind of method is very essential, very indispensable in our practice of Dharma. Otherwise, it's very difficult to be successful and to practice, accomplish the practice smoothly.
So usually
many practitioners have to give up their practice because of facing certain negative circumstances. There are many people like that. I had to give up such practice because I had to do this or that, or I had this trouble, that trouble. It's because that practitioner lacks actually this kind of method of transforming the negative circumstance into a positive cause.
So
in the time of degeneration, where there are many circumstances of sufferings and troubles, without such method, our practice of Dharma, it's very difficult to practice Dharma successfully. So if one lacks this kind of method, even if we face no trouble, everything is runs very smoothly without any problem, without any trouble, but still our mind being very being very inclined and very acquainted with the wrong behaviors, one would not practice Dharma anyway.
Today you would
So usually some people lose their practice because they face problems, and others lose their practice because they are too happy.
저 주중로 도마 표야던 저 군주로 수면대 표야던 중부로 도마 전루로부터 강가시에 먹어야지 배는 나사 주네야 우리 나그도나 뭐 나좀 당고 나기 산탱그리 알도 야 산루시당 뭐 나야 안디 지원하면 배 지워지면 소면서 누야 랭에 뭐 시부지긴 저보다 민버리 또야 살리 살루시당 대마세베 랑선면대요는 면대표 군주를 수었다 시장 한국 나는 동해냐와 나지 시장 원에게 나대게 망고요래 시장 탐지게 동해내 나사 고고발라바 나세 보데 내 나사다 면대가 사마 그냥 고대 나사들 수미머쇼 대민아니 배 내대와 단지 시장의 파도는 시장 다시 대단 되머쇼 삼 돈내고 알리
so that is the way to practice this kind of transformation in mind. And now in practice, as there are many ways of practicing. There are many different methods of practicing, but one uncomplicated way of practicing such method is, for example, if we suffer, if we face some problem, suffering like headache, then at first we should, instead of immediately being so alarmed about this, first one should meditate and realize that this is in fact a fruit of one's unwholesome karma that we have accumulated, which can actually result in much greater sufferings in the unfortunate realms and so on. So by ripening this in a very little suffering like a headache, then so it sort of suffices that karmic consequence. So one should first generate kind of acceptance and rejoice in it. And then further we should think that there are, like oneself, there are so many other sentient, countless other sentient beings who has also going through the same problem of the headache, same problem, the same suffering. So we at this moment then, with a compassion towards all sentient beings, we generate a sincere wish to take all this, the sufferings of their head, to ripe it in the suffering of our head, to actually ripe this all on absorb it all in our the pain in the head. And we also pray to the Guru and ask for the blessing to this, let this to happen. And also usually when we pray to the Guru and to the Triple Gem, we shouldn't, being a sincere practitioner of Dharma, one shouldn't pray that may I not suffer, may I not be ill, or may I not be happy always. That is the worldly way of praying. And instead we actually should pray to the Guru and Triple Gem that for the benefit of the sentient beings and for the attainment of full full enlightenment, then let whatever is most necessary, let that to happen, to rise. If it's beneficial to suffer, then let the suffering to rise. If to live is better, then to let us to live. If to die is better, then let us to die. And if to suffer, to be ill or to suffer, if that is better, let this to happen. To fall in unfortunate realms, if that is better, to let this happen. So whatever is most beneficial for the ultimate goal of attaining enlightenment for the benefit of sentient beings, let this to happen. In that way we should pray. That is the pure prayer. Now
저한테 때문에 숨어져 있는 저도 도마 요는 발레 요는 표 도마 표 틀레지 주중수다 이네 안 나와도 야고는 나주로 시와요는 실주로 세 틀레 되죠 그래.
And also, if you have a protector of dharma, if you have a protector, the way really to pray to the protector and ask for the help of the protector is again in the same way, to not just to protect us from, guard us from this and that trouble. Instead, we should, the most powerful way of asking for the protection is to let happen what is most beneficial for the ultimate goal, to like either let us to suffer, to be ill, or to die, or to live, or whatever is most beneficial to the ultimate, whatever contributes most to the ultimate goal, let this to happen. That is also the proper prayer to the protectors. And offer a torma, bread like this, offer it to the protector and ask this kind of help from them.
단 중불로 도마지요. 중불 길이 너 제게 엔제다이 베랑 너게 메모이 베르르마 도마라도 치다 가인의 파지.
We should also make offerings of the tormas and food and so on to other interfering spirits and so on, other more unfortunate spirits who interfere us, who causes harm. To them also we make offerings.
랑라 나차 종네 가자나리 미니엠바도 더만도바도 강중요네 어디 다 지분 링레 되나 지분 링도 퀄리티하게 상동과 인자 네 레당 용무바 롱자도 동에 송지 추세 망부지 다르면 지론 스스 첨불레 단도 슈라 지와 진질러스 슈가 되래.
And in the next verse contains the part in common with the medium scope, which says, I seek your blessing to actualize as intense yearnings for liberation for this fathomless ocean of boundless and vicious existence in which all are tortured by the hordes of sea monsters and violently thrown amidst waves of delusion and karma. Comparing
le della ne coordinal jiwa shadale be dongé song be balon cha to chu ne be de ko ko chung se sa ma ba dongé ji ran jin ji coordinal be zhuya ge be coordinal ni bu ma ba ju xie che ne ni mi tong ne coordinal tan de ge lo shu coordinal ta ba de tan ne ta ba de ni ge lo shu da bu ji jiwa jin ji lo de su ta ba de ni je lo ji be sun de.
So here the samsara and its sufferings are compared to the ocean. However, what we are asking to the Guru is blessing for the blessing of the Guru to generate in us the proper renunciation or the proper aspiration towards the liberation from the samsara, nirvana, from liberation, complete liberation from the samsara, not only liberation from the sufferings of the unfortunate realms, but from the whole cycle of conditioned rebirth. And so, which the samsara, which has great sufferings, that we, as the sentient beings, out of ignorance and all the other mental distortions, the delusions, accumulate all types of unwholesome karma and actions through our bodies, the speech and mind, and as a result of that, then we go through, without any end, go through the cycle of existence, through the different realms, experience the sufferings and the problems of those different realms, and go without any end again and again, without any freedom, conditioned completely by the delusions of the karma, and that is nature of the samsara. So we asking for the blessing of the Guru to generate a real sincere aspiration to be free from this kind of cycle, this kind of bondage.
Koya Nimi de la Koa Ji Nimi Jira Ridu Susu Nimi Chen Gongjiao Dangdi, Kasan Lamling Ko Sushe Tsarwa.
So His Holiness has actually taught in details before in the Lamrim, in the short Lamrim teaching he has given about the general sufferings or the faults of the samsara and the individual, the sufferings of those different realms. So we should meditate on those sufferings at this point.
Susu Dunga Lasova, Dunga Pato Mevenjune, Labordo Dunga Sum Dunga Dunga Teva Duje Dunga, Julia Dunga Dunga Sum Tato Nardeva Yinza, Dunga Zula Mebe, Zula Mevache, Tara Kabache, Kuana Lunizan Matava Yinza, Zonkonal Juan, Zuba Kawa, Zonrandawa, Zonkondo Bundilla.
So here, in the next verse, it compares the samsara, the bondage of samsara, to prison, like a prison with great sufferings. So in the samsara, in the cycle of conditioned rebirth, there are all different types of suffering, like the 8 sufferings, the 6 sufferings, and all beings in the samsara, regardless of their status, they're all constantly oppressed under the 3 types of suffering: the suffering of the change, the suffering of the suffering, and suffering of extensiveness. So under those 3 sufferings, all beings in the samsara are constantly sort of oppressed, and they go through the experience of those miseries, and there's no real moment of freedom, not real moment of completely freedom, like a person who is completely locked away in a prison, and there's no complete freedom to that person. Like that, actually all beings in the samsara has no real moment of freedom by sort of binding ourselves by the karma and the delusions.
Lolo shake tree, ne, Gavet set up a tongue of load papong, and Gavet set a tongue of lobone, and Losum Papa no Taba quality tree, so Sabasula, Sloto, Taba Toyage, Jula, Lot over Singilla to Suja.
So, although the true conditions or the nature of samsara is like that, it's like a prison without freedom, without complete freedom, but however, the beings like ourselves, out of ignorance and out of the delusions, we mistake this into like a very wonderful place, like a park or like a grove, so something so pleasant to be in, and then we sort of cling to it, we bind ourselves complete to it, and go through all the endless experiences of the sufferings and troubles. So what we are asking here to the Guru is his blessing to realize this true nature of the samsara, and then to overcome it, to bring an end to it through the practice of the 3 higher trainings, or 3 shikshas, the 3 higher trainings. As here, I seek your blessing to partake in the treasure of the Arya's jewels, the 3 higher trainings: the morality, the concentration, or the meditation, and the wisdom. Through those methods, to overcome or to bring an end to this cycle.
Sutingi nani cha susu tabe sutingi sanji tenbe jenze zo yodo medo tiri tende inzandi kato la laba chima nivu sebu shira maje yadi tanda nga zo teba chimu le rugo inzang tingeze da shiro le shira de kazo tichena dajumba todu menlang le pa kunduya langa tin pa dusa chi yore de yinza de sebo yebu maje baje pa tabe je zenze babe sausung ge zaba chudin namba zaba chi yong mholong zo de jyon bare maji lamrin de lama chi sin du su de chi tol ma chi yin lamrin hajang ge no tu chimbo sin du su le kwa chimbo no ga chimbo shu ji yore de da de che ni ba sheba jelung do mendo.
And so the three higher trainings, and then also the Arya jewels, the Arya treasures, all the jewels. This also includes other practices like faith, devotion, and practice of giving, and so on, other virtues. And so through practicing those virtues and three higher trainings, and in particular here it says, thereby uphold the banner of liberation. To uphold the banner of liberation is specifically applied to refers to the first higher training, that is Shila, or the pure discipline. And so that is, like it's called the banner of liberation, because this is the most important, that's the root of the liberation, the basis, the ground of the liberation. And so a special emphasis is given here. Instead of the emphasis on, for example, the other two higher trainings like wisdom and concentration, a special emphasis is given here for upholding the banner of liberation, referring to the Shila, because the purity of the Shila and the discipline is indispensable, without which no other virtues can develop.
다들 집은 링을람지 다 집은 심을랑래 알아봐라 냐타 로안 디고 다게 마사 냠타 로스드 냐와 냐 돈도이다 알라라 미레 코안데나 여베 심신 순다지네베 동해진 날니 고알레트에 턱제 마신바 두다도 동해진 토만 매바나다 나바도 동해진 날 다도이네베 나카마세 그 바르바 한란 동해가 나르지 대등에 하장의 냥타부 쪼보
So after that, then we move to the path of the great vehicle. So by realizing the sufferings and the true conditions of other sentient beings, not only of yourself but of all the other sentient beings in the samsara.
차만 동에게 날는 양타 아드바텔라 가셰라 가부체 니와송 가셰레 림부체 고야 자는면도 참말로 집어레베 냠타 레바 샤다 인상 산 냐타 인바데 산로돈 당뉴데레 용어 당뉴데 상용어 냐타.
So nimdan doan digun tagma
doan digun dage mas mashire doan 냐타베 doan데다 nge mare ma be mama je ba chi ma nge tenjen phamare samaro mashigelo da ngazo juri de nga menga da shin nya ji khasin she ju ma ju phama ji she ba yi je yesa da ali juri menga de nge na ne mashi ba de ya.
So the
dage ma
the pitiful beings, we are so here entering in the path of the great vehicle, and by developing by realizing the true condition, the common situation of all sentient beings in the samsara, that they are completely in the midst of the sufferings, or completely under the oppression of these different types of the sufferings. By this, then one generates an equanimity. So since the situation of all sentient beings are the same, without any difference, they all are equally suffering, so there is no point in discriminating from our side in the sentient beings. And this way we generate as a great even mind or equanimity, and on the basis of that, then we generate the recognition of the mother aspect of all the sentient beings. That it says here, these pitiful beings have all been my mother. This is the recognition of the mother, as it is in the Lamrim. The 7 instruction of cause and fruit. That is the one method of developing the bodhicitta. So these points are being explained here. So not only all these sentient beings have been most dear or close to us like one's mothers, but also they have shown a great kindness. We owe a great kindness to them, as it says here, and have raised me in kindness again and again. So they have shown a great kindness again and again for so many times. So we owe a great debt of kindness to all the sentient beings. So there's a recognition of the mother and then remembering the kindness. And so by remembering the kindness, then we are generating a very sort of even and profound compassion or karuna, the nyingjik, the great compassion, a pure compassion towards all sentient beings without discrimination, a compassion which is so pure and sincere and altruistic, like that of a loving mother for her precious child. So that is the compassion. So here, actually, here the equanimity, recognition of mother, remembering the kindness, and then the development of the compassion, and its other aspect is loving. So they are all included here. Actually, there are 11 rounds of meditation for developing bodhicitta in this method, but to explain all those will take much time. And this point also includes the equality between oneself, not only between the sentient beings themselves, but between oneself and others. That we, oneself and others, there's no difference in seeking happiness and wishing to be free from the sufferings. Though we always lack happiness and we lack happiness and we are endowed with the suffering, so in that respect, oneself and other sentient being has no difference whatsoever, completely equal. So like we ourselves also wish for happiness, even even a very in a very slightest happiness, we always wish for that and wish to be free from suffering, even of this very smallest kind. And exactly the same sort of the same wish or the same nature is applied to other sentient beings as well. So since oneself and others are completely equal and the same in this respect, then we should generate the wish for the happiness and the happiness and the joy of other sentient beings, as we are concerned with our own happiness. We should also generate the same concern for the happiness and joy of other sentient beings, and for the freedom from the sufferings of other sentient beings, like for ourselves. So we are asking the Guru's blessing to be able to generate this kind of the attitude, this kind of altruistic state of the mind. So like we need happiness and avoid suffering, it is exactly in the same way applicable to other sentient beings. So therefore, like we sort of are concerned, or we wish for our happiness, we should also wish for the happiness of other sentient beings. So that's the equality. So here we need a great transformation of our usual mental attitude, because usually we always cherish oneself more than anything else, and we ignore, or we are unconcerned about the welfare of other sentient beings. We always we are occupied with the fulfilling the welfare and wishes oneself, and completely sort of neglect the welfare of other sentient beings. That is our the nature. That is our the attitude of our mind, the present attitude of our mind. So this need to be changed completely to be able to replace ourselves by the other sentient beings, and put ourselves in the position of other sentient beings. And so that is called the transformation, or the change of self and others. There's no other way to change. We cannot become the others cannot become oneself. That is not the meaning of exchanging the self with others, but it means the change of the attitude and the change of the cherishing or the concern. So we are asking the blessing of the Guru to be able to bring about this kind of change in our mind, and then we should realize that cherishing oneself, this strong attachment or the cherishing for oneself and one's own welfare, is the very root of all the troubles and all the source of all the sufferings, and every kinds of faults and the shortcomings, everything derived from this very wrong attitude of ourself, of our mind. So this actually the attitude of the mind, the self-cherishing attitude of the mind, is the troublemaker. That's the real troublemaker, and it's the true evil or the enemy which causes us always harms and troubles. So because when we cherish ourselves very strongly, then we wish to, for example, gain victory, or we wish for something, some gain. And in order to fulfill this wish, then we go out, we try to attack other beings, we engage in fight with other beings, engage in dispute with others, and then instead of gaining what we desire, we suffer terrible loss and sufferings, and even sometimes end up in hospitals and so on. So all these kind of troubles that the worldly troubles usually, which are evident, they are all rooted in the self-cherishing attitude in their mind. For example, people who gambled, they also indulge themselves in that play with hope to gain something for oneself, some victory, some gain, some money, something like this. But then sometimes this brings lots of trouble for them, and they suffer terrible loss, and then suffer very much and regret very much. But it comes from the self-cherishing attitude that we cherish oneself so much, so wish something good, some victory, some gain for ourselves.
And also
the suffering of great loss and bankruptcy in the business is also something which started originally from the same attitude of cherishing oneself, and then falling in this situation. So all these kind of negative the thoughts and actions towards other sentient beings, neglecting other sentient, abusing other sentient beings, harming sentient beings, or cheating, deceiving, and so on. All this kind of negative attitude towards other sentient beings, they all derive from the self-cherishing, this egoistic state of the mind, which produces an endless sufferings in this life as well as in the future.
In
the same way, even in the practice of Dharma, if one's attitude is not, if it's a motivation, if it's not proper, not correct, then even our because of self-cherishing attitude, sort of diluting or influencing our practice of Dharma and all the motivation in this, then instead of obtaining a good result and worthwhile sort of fruit or result of attaining enlightenment, then we again a practice of Dharma can also become a cause for binding oneself to the happiness or to the pleasures of the samsara. So instead of it becoming a way to get out of the samsara, then because of the self-cherishing attitude, they can also become a method to bind more strongly ourselves to the samsara, and this is also a fault of self-cherishing attitude.
So the
For example, usually even between friends or families and so on, first everybody in a happy state of mind, in harmony, but then by slowly holding the conversation for a little while, then start to disagree and can often they end up in disputes or disagreements and uneasiness. So the peace and the harmony between the people is maintained as long as the self-cherishing attitude is not so strong on both sides. And when self-cherishing attitude rises up in either side, then immediately disagreement, disputes, and the trouble starts.
That's why so in such case, if one completely one accepts this or gives in without building up one's own the ego and the self-cherishing attitude, then trouble usually ceases there, and peace can be again regenerated. But usually, if someone says something, or if the self-cherishing attitude manifests from someone else, then we also react in the same way by letting our self-cherishing, the egoistic attitude also to rise, and then the trouble continues without any end, and it gets heavier and heavier. And when they manifest, when the true self-cherishing attitude manifest very obviously, then they clash. First in the subtle level, after in a very gross level, and then the fight, even physical fights and punching each other will start. If either side controls its self-cherishing attitude, then the trouble will immediately stop without continuing further. But usually in the worldly sentient beings or ourselves, then do not try that, and let ourselves be carried away by our delusions, by self-cherishing attitude, and then we face every now and then troubles. So and then oneself and others are led into great troubles and problems, and even sometimes end up in court, in prison, and all these kind of things are unnecessarily brought up by the force of the self-cherishing attitude. So if from the beginning, when the trouble is still very little, at that moment, if one person controls his self-cherishing attitude, does not give a chance to the self-cherishing attitude, that problem can be solved or ended on a very small degree, but usually we let it get bigger. So all kinds of unrightful acts, the crimes that are committed in the world, such as stealing, robbing, and so on, all these kind of crimes that are committed in the world, they're all caused by self-cherishing attitude. na pama ma chango, pama do bugo ma chango, joganza ma chango, yerde diago, kwen jego, tramandi samalo, jiden dinala bugoba, pe loju linju jaga pensa chuba chunche, kandeti duba chi yungu te rang jinzing ma jabare.
So in short, all the troubles or disunity, disharmony, and the troubles between in the families, between wife and husband, between parents and children, between friends and between relatives and groups and societies, and to the great between great nations, the great disasters, wars and so on, down to the quarrel of a two-person, all are moved or caused by the self-cherishing attitude. And also rebirth in the unfortunate realms, that's also caused by the same thing. So this way we should really search in ourselves the real object of all blame, to whom we can actually give all the blames of all troubles within oneself and others. There is one object for all the blames. That is self-cherishing attitude. So we should see the fault of it, and we can also hold a grudge against it, and keep the grudge against it, and then we should punish it as in every possible means by giving in ourselves towards other sentient beings. So we should, this way, we should realize the faults of self-cherishing attitude, and at the same time the qualities, all the positive qualities of cherishing other sentient beings in our place by sacrificing ourselves, because all the happiness and goodness and all the virtuous qualities from ordinary level to the state of full enlightenment, all the goodness and the happiness of oneself and others, everything comes as a result of the attitude of cherishing other sentient beings. For example, practice of giving, which fulfills the wish of other sentient beings, and which also brings, helps oneself to accumulate merit. This also comes from the attitude of cherishing other sentient beings, and in the same way, all the practices, the practices at the level of the base, on the path, and at the goal, all those the virtuous qualities are all a result of cherishing other sentient beings, all derived from this very source. And so this way we should, by realizing this difference of the two attitudes, then we should determine in our mind to exchange this kind of attitude, transform completely this attitude in ourselves, and we are seeking the blessing of the Guru here for it. So from by this determination in the mind, then from now, even all sentient beings sort of rise as one sort of like one's enemy and sort of attack us. One completely is determined to give in and cherish all those sentient beings most as the most precious thing. And that is the meaning of the verse is, I seek your blessing to cherish others more than my life, though they arise as my enemies, by seeing that the attitude of cherishing all motherly sentient beings and placing them in bliss is the gateway leading to the endless virtues.
Ravata Rajibar Zebala Kari, no the Kanga Kumola Yokuta, Jenjibar Zumala Yonekari, Tabada Taji Chimoko, Jenjiba Zebel Chungre, Tenere Samne, Alisal Teto. Tan Duruduna, Salomamaton Goyamendo, Chibaran Java, the Tonjan Jebe Chever the Shangre. Maranzo Suju Chivasu, Tama Mava the Rang Shada Santa Rangata Corazon, Rangata Shata Santa Penda Yone, Kage, Dejumeva Teja Digi.
So,
Sanjay
so this way we should realize all the faults of self-cherishing. It should give all the blames for all the troubles on this attitude and realize that all the qualities, virtuous qualities and happiness comes through the developing the cherishing of other sentient beings. And in short, in brief, there is no need to explain or no need to reason very much for it. One can see the difference by seeing the difference of the fully enlightened Buddhas and ordinary samsaric beings. The
Marazo, Tama, Sanji Shaja Tubata, Nyandu Kwana de Chivari. Sanji Koran Kwana, Nyandu Rudio.
For example, ourselves as well as the fully enlightened Buddhas like Shakyamuni, at first there is no difference between us, samsaric beings, ordinary beings with the same problems and so on. There have been no difference.
Namani Ngaranzo, Ranchivan, Rang, Mato Masambelaka Courage, Tadone, Tano, Ranchivan, Dokarabazan, Tenjumeba, Junkora Rachet, and the Richil Nyatan Deo.
But ourselves, by continuing with the same attitude of the mind, with the same the shortcomings in our mind, the fault of our mind, as a result of that, still we are wandering still in the samsara and without having achieved any worthwhile fruit, and without accomplishing the purpose of let alone the other sentient beings, even ourselves, we have not accomplished any purpose really. So that is the result of keeping this this kind of attitude.
Sanji Shaja Tora Paru Chila Neva Nala Shintan Rebe Kodu Korangi Dunga Ganga Kechu Shintan Rebe Rubat Nijichine Rangle Kutsa Chaja Leo Imba Tene Gutsu Ne Tenebe Rang Yewa Tune Kongishin Kutan Shada Zebal Dene Tatari Sanji Sanji Tiri Chasumare.
And on the contrary, the fully enlightened Shakyamuni generating the bodhicitta, generating the mind of exchanging oneself with others, as His Holiness explained the story of the Shakyamuni in his one of last incarnation has taken birth in the hell realms, and there he exchanged himself with the other sentient beings and his own happiness to the sufferings of the other sentient beings. And as so from that moment, then by going through the practice of exchange oneself with other sentient beings and going through all the sacrifices and the conduct practice of the bodhisattva, this altruistic developing the altruistic state of mind, bodhicitta, compassion, all that, and by the practice of the sacrifice of the bodhisattva and all the conducts of the bodhisattva, he has attained the state of fully enlightened, accomplished both the purpose of himself and other sentient beings, and became the savior of other sentient beings. that is the result that is accomplished from that attitude of the mind. So this already this difference or the result that we and the fully enlightened Buddha has achieved already shows the difference in the qualities of these two states of the mind. So that is enough reason for seeing the qualities of those two states of the mind, and so those are the steps of developing the attitude of cherishing other sentient beings. First, the equality between oneself and others, and then realizing the fault of self-cherishing attitude, and realizing the qualities, virtuous qualities of cherishing other sentient beings. The stages of the realization of the Lamrim to actually to take place in our mind.
Shinja Dhamma Jizwa Lama la Chojin Gubi Suwa Dobe Tuyuse Ta Rangi Tagi Sa Lama Chibang Wadma Dun Tana Penla Chopa Pu Suwa Dobe Be Giwa Mangu Sa Tsarawa Ta Giwa Tijegi Be Tula Dani Ani Shinja Den Su Me Chegi Be Lamji Rinpo Yung Su Zoba Chiagi Giwa Titi Jul Pa Nguni Ani Lama la Jonyu Naro Nas Chinla Naro Nas Shuguyori.
So it's also a form of dedication, because here we are dedicating all the merits that we have accumulated from the practices, all the preceding practices. We are making, we are dedicating them to realize, to actualize all those stages of the Lamrim in us, in our mind, and we are asking our Guru to bless us, to give us the power or blessing to be able to do so. All well-being.
Rangi Gewe Shinye de Tsinde dan Jiwa Chima Shu dan Jiden Dile Sama Lobe Zawa Dobe Dire Dile Dilabe Dile Zawa Gobu Cherangi Be Ji Tu Ji Jin Tu Be Tsira Tanji Du Ji Sun Zemru Sho.
So we are asking the Guru who is the supreme like field of merit. So as a result of all the offerings and all the requests that we have made so far, to and all the practices that we have made towards the Guru, in relation to the Guru, and as a result of that, as a result of that accumulation of merit, we ask the Guru to guide us or to hold us for in all our lives. In all, from now to the attainment of enlightenment, all the time, to guide us or to hold with great kindness and with great kindness and compassion and the affection of the Guru, with the delightfulness, then to guide us. So it says here, I seek your blessing, O protector, and the source of all well-beings and bliss. The Guru is the very source of all the goodness, all the happiness, and all the virtuous qualities that we can accomplish. It all comes through the grace or through the teachings, through the help of the Guru. Therefore we are calling the Guru the source of all well-being and happiness and bliss, that I may, by the power of having made offerings and earnest requests, come under your bountiful care, means to be cared for by the Guru all the time, or holy and venerable guru, supreme fields of merit. Lawless.
Leji zangshi ni bi tenjun de ni ga sia de ge teju de ni ga to lo cheber ji jul cheber chin ji lo de su de so de.
So in the next verse, then we so the first verse is actually like guru devotion, and the second verse is the recognition of human rebirth. That is the first stage on the path of Lamrim. So it says that I seek your blessing to be undistracted by the meaningless activities of this life and thereby partake of its worthwhile essence through realizing how this body with its liberties and endowments is difficult to obtain, is found but once and quickly perishes. So it is the human rebirth that we have obtained now is very with many qualities and many endowments, but it's very rare to obtain. So not only it is very difficult to obtain because of many reasons, because of its cause and circumstances and everything, but also it is something which is easily perishable, very quickly perishable.
So those
are two most important: the recognition of human rebirth with all its qualities and its quickly perishable nature, that is impermanence, or the death impermanence. And so those are two most important points to realize, two very important bases for our practice, which actually exhorts our practice, which actually push us or urge us on the path, in the practice of Dharma, because by realizing that nature, then we will not be carried away, be always distracted by the meaningless or unimportant, or meaningless by the distractions, or meaningless the activities or involvements which are just focused on the welfare of this life alone. So we won't be completely carried away by that kind of activities and involvements, and the thought of giving some meaning or worthwhile essence to this life will then naturally born in our mind. So we are asking our Guru to bless us to generate this kind of thoughts and this kind of realizations in our mind. So as this life perishes, then our future destiny or rebirth lies on what sort of cause that we accumulate at the present. And if one accumulates accumulates unwholesome actions, unwholesome karma, as a result of that, we certainly will fall in the unfortunate realms and suffer the misery and sufferings of all those realms. And in order to guard us or save us from that kind of danger in the samsara, in our future lives, we should take refuge That's the main, the first, like the purpose of taking refuge in Triple Gem as one's refuge and protector to guard us or save us from the dangers of the sufferings and mysteries of the unfortunate realms. So we are asking the Guru to generate this kind of proper attitude in mind of taking refuge in the Triple Gem completely as a means to liberate from the sufferings. So I seek your blessings for to fervently strive through fearing the pain of evil destinies, searing blaze, to take heartfelt refuge in the triple precious jewels, and to practice the varied means of abandoning vice and amazing virtue. So the taking refuge, refuge from the depth of one's heart in the Triple Gem, that is indispensable, like a foundation or basis for our practice of Dharma. If our practice is sustained by that attitude, then it becomes real practice of Dharma. One becomes a real follower of the Buddha and becomes a real practitioner of Dharma. So that means we take refuge in the Buddha, fully enlightened ones, as one's guide, as one's master, as one's guide, and in the Dharma as the actual refuge, which must realize in or actualize in the actual refuge is the Dharma, which must realize, which must sort of be attained within our mind, which will actually save us from the sufferings and liberate us from this all the bondages. That is the Dharma which we have to accomplish in our mind. So that is the actual refuge, and then Sangha as the example, as well assistance for us on the path to the liberation. So those are the three ultimate refuge. So only those refuge has the full capabilities to give us the actual protection and the guidance from the suffering. And beside that, no one is capable of fulfilling this purpose. So this the full confidence in the fully enlightened ones as one's ultimate refuge is full confidence and single-pointed like refuge or trust. That's very important to take refuge sincerely, to take refuge completely. If our mind is doubtful, two-pointed, and with many doubts, doubtful about the Triple Gem, and be multi sort of pointed, then one's refuge in the Triple Gem does not become really complete and sincere. So in general there are many different like precepts of the vows and precepts of refuge, and by transgressing some of them, does not really cause the extinction of refuge in our mind. But if one completely sort of gives up the triple gem from your mind as one's refuge, or if one is sort of doubtful and untrusting in the triple gem, then that causes the actual extinction of the refuge in the mind. Like so, it must, when we take refuge, it should be one point, single pointed in one direction. For example, one can't sew something with two-pointed needles. It must be one-pointed, and to sew something properly. So, like that, a mind which is two-pointed cannot accomplish any result.
Nego ke jab zang la da jön yo ma re. Nego ke jab la yin ji mi ji lama gong jo guo ma re. Xin dang, zha fu dang, kong ba dang, tene le jab chi ji yo re. Nego be chi cha ba ke dong yung wu dong zhun du xin lu ma ya ba wu dong zui de ne dao jie wu re. Cha be dong yung wu dong zha fu dong zui de ne jie wu re. Jian shen ke de yung wu dong xin liang za tu ne jie wu re. Ma da na ji ji da ke de yung wu dong guo na liang zu guo zhe ma jie tu ne jie wu re, kong ba ke jie wu re. So the
temporary refuge and protector can be we can have many different forms. Ordinary beings can be our refuge, or temporary refuge and protector. Even inanimate things like house or a tree or a shelter, anything like this can be also temporary refuge and protector. If it rains, you hide under a shelter, it is a protector. And if you feel cold, you go in, stay in the room, then that is a protector. And if you are chased by animals or something, you climb on the tree, that the tree is also a protector. And if you have some other problems, you seek help of somebody, ordinary human beings, ordinary gods, and so on. Those can all be temporary refuge.
So by
understanding that when one takes refuge in the triple gem, one gives in with full trust and confidence, rely with full confidence and trust in the triple gem, fully enlightened Buddha as one's guide, and Dharma as actual refuge, which is to be realized within our mind, and the Sangha as one's help or aid on the path. In this, with this attitude, we should take refuge with full trust and confidence. And so therefore, so we should first seek and qualified a guide or master, and then receive the proper teaching, the proper method and teaching, and entrust ourselves in the guru and in one's in the teaching, and then put into practice. Then actual Dharma will generate in us, and a proper result or fruit will be accomplished. So besides that, if the method is improper, or the one who shows the method is improper, then even though we put much effort in it and strive very strongly, one won't accomplish any worthwhile fruit or result.
So by transong ling le chi sia ro de le ma mu song yo re to se te si da ge re de kwa da nge song le jo to ya ge chu na nge song le jo ya ge de me lu le ya ge chu de do do yo re kwa le jo to ya chu jun yo ma re.
And beside the way or the teaching, the method shown by fully enlightened beings, there are also other methods which are shown or taught by people with certain degree of realizations or certain degree of some powers, attainments. Though such a method can be of some temporary use or benefit, but they lack the power to lead the beings to the complete the attainment of full liberation from the samsara or the attainment of full enlightenment.
That chiri moti bagi chuya member, number samwe jibe chuya member, tarisani chuya mambo shibuji, mingi soja bi chuya re. Tit chima penji mungu tsin dele penga ma re.
And
mingi kasi kanyi shayi ma, kasi nyubari, kasi neba cha, nyolongo longo lupa kanchi degi do ta.
But nowadays there are still many more methods which are not even taught or taught by even just by anybody who is not taught by anybody who hasn't even attained any realization whatsoever, and just teach like that for one's own benefit or for one's own fame or this and that. Start all the types of methods and paths and so on, but following such methods one cannot reach any real fruit, or one will achieve a wrong fruit.
Tabe gola mogol ke chawa ma imba da rangi che jawan yogu do singi do ji mandi wasa sa jagal da ba ju yongi te anjo so anu so ya me ya ma re suzu chi ni re ti.
And then we end up in great troubles and more confusions. Then we have to spend a lot of effort and time to sort out all these confusions. And then we have to run here and there and ask all types of advices from this and that to sort out the confusions that we have started ourselves.
Nga be sanje yi nga jang chu simba yi nga da jung ba yi nga shibu ji yin si che ka ni she ju kunde ge na sha ze she me shen ge de ge sanje ka wa yo ma re de min mang gu go khu gu du.
So although there are people who claims themselves to fully realize manifestations of gods and manifestations of fully enlightened beings and like this, but still one must analyze very precisely, carefully the methods, what kind of the methods that they show, and whether it is sort of valid method for teaching.
Yang da ba do sanje ge song be chu nya so le kun jo song le jiao sun zhou do ya gu ji yi na an ya gu ji le ma do ko do ba yong ji yo ma re.
So therefore, if one takes refuge to the Triple Gem with full trust and confidence, and to practice the Dharma in a proper way, then the result of fruit we will achieve will always be something which is beneficial, which is wholesome and beneficial for oneself and others. So if one is doubtful, or if one is if one gives up the three jewels from one's heart, then one can't anymore claim to be a real practitioner of Dharma.
Sabu, Sheju Mambuyo, Tangan to shed Saya Mendo, Sanje Kunjo, and Kunjo Suku, Yendi Abu Shangwari, Yendi Abu Shansona, and Yabu Yungureti, Manzo, Sanje Yune Surgeon Tower Shingumareti, Sanje Lonjo Zogo, Chuku Tango, Yune Mashan, Jugo, Shajatobe, Kutrune, Zombachi, Zeva Nata, Yuneka, Ime, Tichi Shene, and Sanje Tots Hakuguri.
So actually the refuge is one of the most important foundations in the practice of Dharma, it must be taught very precisely in length, and it is a very profound and vast subject itself. So, which is very important for a practitioner of Dharma to realize, and also for that we should know all the qualities of the Buddhas, such as qualities of the Buddha's different forms like Sambhogakaya, Nirmana, Sambhogakaya, Dharmakaya, essential body, and all that. Even though those are difficult, even to understand, to know the qualities of a Nirmanakaya, like Shakyamuni, Buddha Shakyamuni, and even to know his deeds and lives and qualities, that's already very beneficial and beneficial for our practice of Dharma. So you should not neglect this kind of practice, thinking that that's sort of low, very basic thing, and look somewhere higher. That is not correct. So one should learn more about these fundamental things. So His Holiness has no time now to go into details of the practice of refuge and the benefit of taking refuge and all that, but you should in the future take more interest in this and learn about it. So we are asking we are asking for the blessing of the Guru to generate a real sincere and proper attitude of refuge towards the three jewels in our mind, and also to gain complete like a conviction and also the ability to observe the law of cause and effect, the karma and fruit. So so that is the precept, that is the instruction or the precept of the refuge, and the general law of cause and effect, karma and fruit. So it says that to practice the varied means of abandoning vice and amassing virtue, that is, by understanding the law of cause and effect, karma and fruit, how unwholesome karma produces negative fruit and wholesome karma produces a positive fruit. By understanding this law of cause and effect, then we must actually follow this law of karma and live a wholesome way of life. And that is very important in the practice of Dharma. So we are asking for that particular blessing. So up to here, those points are the points of the path in common with the small scope.
That in thing is only lay out there, Tomo Maimba Mawayore. Tomo Maimba Chiji only Jeba, the Sino Imbala, Tanda Mambu, you can order the Shen Shaya Yomari, tell it things is only that Tomo Corona Yoba Chigina, that lens on so too.
So after making these requests 3 times, this single pointed request to the Guru, this special request to the Guru, then we take the initiations of blessings from the Guru. So it says in the text, by the power of having thus requested 3 times, from the seeds of my Guru's body, speech and mind,
so that ne Lama go soon to Genius, Nana, the zoo is a gamma tinga soon, the zoo is a gabo, marble, hombush. Ma, the zoo is any, ma, Bobby member.
So by making this request to the Guru, then from the centers of body, speech and mind of the Guru, that is from the head, from the neck and from the heart, then 3 rays of light, white from the head, red from the neck and blue from the womb emanates.
Ta somebody rim da jijar jones kama tiso rimajin de chi chung nyangdo li chi chung cha jire da jone ane dane ji ne so rang ne so la rimajin de chi tim nyangdo chi tim te da jeba la de on ji to.
So so these rays of light, the white, red and the blue, they emanate from the 3 centers of the Guru. First, successively, first the white, we receive that on our head, absorbed through our head, the red from the Guru absorbed in our neck and so on, like that in a gradual way, and then at the end, simultaneous, all 3 emanating simultaneously from the 3 places, absorbing in our 3 places simultaneously. So altogether 4 times. A gradual process and in one in simultaneous process. This way, by absorbing those rays of light on the blessings of the Guru's body, speech and mind, then we receive the 4 initiations, the 4 empowerments as we received in the actual initiation. 4 types of obstacles are purified.
So
His Holiness will make it clearer.
Lama lo san thong doji chang jiu ni ma jiu onyi de ma duzi ka bo woze ka bo woze juma na ji tum duzi de na lo ma le yong ni ja rang ge jiu le tim jiu ma duzi bo lu ge yin xie ya kong ma yi lu kong ga kong ta par de ren ba yin xie kong lu ji de ba ta bon be on to jung sa ma che.
So to explain more precisely, then from the head of the Guru, the rays of light, a white rays of light, like a tube, like a light tube, comes forth and absorb. Its end is absorbed in the crown of our head, and through that rays of light, that tube of light, the stream of nectar or amrita, which is of the very the nature of the blessing of the body of the Guru, and the blessing of the body of the Guru comes in the form of rays of light and nectar, stream of nectar, and this enters through the crown of our head and fills our whole body. In particular, the head. Our head is completely filled with that rays of light and the stream of nectar, which purifies all the obstacles of all the bodily obstacles and all the karma we have accumulated through our body.
Ta nibade lame dremba de ma ditita wo se ma bu che rang nebal tim.
Tane luk ditita phombe wan thom la kuban.
Phombe wan to.
Phombe wan to se. So we so the physical impurities and the karmic karma we have accumulated through our body are completely purified, and we receive the vast initiation, the first initiation, vast initiation.
Then
from the next center of the Guru, again the tube of light in red color with stream of nectar, also in red color, the very power of the blessing of the speech of the Guru enters through our neck and fills our body. In particular, from the neck to the heart center, between this part of our body is completely filled with this red rays of light and the stream of amrita or nectar, the red color. And by this, all the obstacles of the speech and the karma accumulated through speech are completely eradicated. And at the same time, we receive the blessing of the speech of the Guru and the secret empowerment, secret initiation, the second initiation. Then from the heart center, from the chest of the Guru, then blue rays of light with the blue stream of nectar comes forth and enters through our heart center, fills our whole body completely. In particular, the part of our self from heart to the navel center, all in between, all the area there are completely filled with this blue rays of light and amrita, and purifies all the obstacles, all the delusions, all the obstacles of the mind. And simultaneously we receive the wisdom initiation, the wisdom empowerment. So these are the gradual process. So that was gradual process, and after that, again from the head, neck, and the heart of the Guru, these three colored rays of light and amrita simultaneously come forth and absorb through our three doors simultaneously, and fills whole our body with so from the head to the toe, all parts of our body are completely filled with those three colors, rays of light and amrita. And it purifies all the karmic imprints and all the obstacles, impurities of body, speech, and mind, together with their imprints, the subtle, the obstacle, the imprints, are completely washed away. And we receive the word initiation, the fourth initiation. So we, by receiving those four initiations, four empowerment, they implant in us the seed to attain the four kayas, or the four forms of bodies of the Guru. So the simultaneous, when you receive the simultaneous this absorption and receive the word initiation, this implant in us the seed to attain the nirmana kaya. So a little correction. So when we receive the vast initiation, the first vast initiation, that implant in us the seed to attain Buddha's Nirmanakaya, and then the secret initiation for the Sambhogakaya, then the wisdom initiation for the Dharmakaya, and Shivati Karina, Shivati. And the fourth initiation, the ultimate body, that is the unification, or the Yugananda, the unification of the illusory body and the clear light So by receiving those 4 initiations, they implant in us the seeds to attain the 4 rupas or the 4 bodies of the Buddha.
chilo be kodung che nya tende che salton de no ne teton te de mendo na ne de zu da wo se nyang de ma yong ne de wo se ma de zu nyang de ma che yong be salton ne ya wo yo de wo yo de.
So the when you visualize this kind of purification, it is very important to visualize both the rays of light and the stream of nectar. Just one is not sufficient, both the rays of light and the stream of nectar. So you can visualize in the two in whatever what is most sort of suitable for your mind to visualize. Either to visualize the rays of light like a tube and the stream of nectar coming through it, or rays of light like a string and the amrita like a water, like the raindrops which runs down on the string, like water runs down on a string. In that way, or like water in the tap, whatever way is most it's easier or suitable for your mind, you can visualize that way. But both are necessary.
The only thing is the only thing that teacher. Was it the new goyati? Was it Julun Royakuri? Master Dusik, was it a Wesen Royakuri? Chesalame, La Dusi was it the Chavashada Goyati, was it Julus on Judube on the Chivi or the Tati and Mason and Duatati?
So the reason why we must visualize the both, because the stream of the rays of light, the ray of light is a method to it's like a preparation or a method to accomplish the clear light aspect in the future, the clear light aspect, and the stream of amrita is a preparation to accomplish the illusory body. So those are the two which must sort of unite in the state of enlightenment. So from now, when you visualize not only the stream or not only nectar or the rays, but we visualize both always coming together.
Lama
So at the end of this receiving these 3 initiations and so on, then a second emanation, a second form of the Guru is absorbed, comes out from the Guru and absorbed in ourselves. By this absorption of the Guru in our body, then we change completely ourselves in the form of the Guru. So if you have visualized before yourself Yamantaka or in any other form, at this moment that disappears and it changes completely into the form of the Guru. We become identical to the Guru. And here then you can recite all the mantras, like a mantra of the Guru. If there is a mantra of one's personal Guru, so his mantra, or the mantra of Guru Tsongkhapa, mantra of Guru Shakyamuni, mantra of Vajradhara, or if you can recite your own, the mantra of your own deity, like Yamantaka, whatever, you can put in, recite that also here.
Jerubi Senga, Shajutobe Senga, Medadara Senga Jite, Rangi, Lavando Chang Togaluko, he don't so that Ganga Leon, Susun Dogan, Susoku, Timan Ganga Tumula, Uma Hong and Rivache. Tai don't Jitra Majeva, Ranchico and Rivache, Ataka did Susun Dovakari Yuche, Tandi Koto Lebe, Yandi Lu, Mambu, Kesha Mambu, Mandone degree, Senga Mandone degree.
So, but you can add here the mantras, but it's not obligatory. One doesn't have to recite mantra here. If you like, you can recite those mantras of the gurus, one's Guru Shakyamuni, and Vajradhara, and so on. And if you like, you can recite other mantras, visualizing other deities around yourself in the form of the Guru. And you are surrounded by those deities, and then visualizing, first recite the Guru mantras which are in your heart, then recite the mantra. When you recite the mantras of the other deities around you, either you visualize in their heart their own mantra, or if it's too complicated, you visualize just Om Ahum in their hearts, and then recite their respective mantras. But it's not, or you can visualize just only oneself in the form of the Guru without visualizing any form of the deities around you, and recite the mantras of all of them. You can do what you like, but it's not obligatory. Flawless. And then a short break. Oh, the indi ta de la mixima dong sia tisha. Mixima timin de mixima da sanga dance to.
Ndonan don chogre. Yenden jode malo baru tela minziman don sia yigi jindu sarwa. Jaza de khato le minziman don gi ne minziman don sojin suyo ko le dizin bejang che o yang khora jeban do ya jo ti che chogre. Senga don gi ne de minziman don gi ne de senga ti shang ti sang do jure.
Lawless. Senga di de marban.
De re.
Tanda di shu de ban.
Shu de re.
Lawless. So So in this translation, after the 7 limb puja, just before this request, all the requests begin. There it says recite Migmi Tseve prayer. It says there, so Guru prayer. This Migzima that we usually also recite is Migmi Tseve Tejin Cherasi Timichima, which is also at the end of the short Guru Yoga. So if you wish, then there you can recite the Guru prayer. It's like mantra, that one verse. You can recite it just after the 7 limb puja and before the request. In between there, you can insert the this prayer and recite as many as you like. And also, if one wishes to recite the mantra in Sanskrit, of Lama Tsongkhapa, Om Aguru Vajradhara Sumati Kriti Siddhi Hum. This should be recited at the end of the request, just here. Lawless. So actually, this isn't this mantra isn't very necessary. If you recite the Mimmitsa Vetejin Cherasing, that verse, that is a Guru mantra, and you can recite this just before the request. And that is sufficient. Then you don't need to recite the mantra in Sanskrit.
Ta putsu sunde reza putsu sunde jedu tata lama kadin chen suwa tap yenden chen suwa tap be ma yone tan de le ta ngone tan ne chi gi na be de khong ma do ba ji je ne sa shin sa de men do samba do je ne lama yang chen yi yidan yang chen yi kan du chu ju yang chen yi te yi za nga be che lama do ro ji sa men do ane lama yi chen yi jin ji lo ro ji yidan chen yi mu ru zu ro ji Kandu Chirangi Lamdube Tronzerusi, Chujun Chirangi, Chudube, Pache Serochi, Tanda Teres, all this Suata Gurebe, Risajina Mebe, Betagarala, Mijikan Suata Varesuro.
And so after this, those requests, those requests which are made by praising the various aspects of the guru. After completing that, then you begin this special request or single-pointed request. So it says here, you are the guru, you are the yidam, you are the dakinis and dhammapalas. From now until enlightenment, I shall seek no refuge other than you. In this life, the Bhadava, and even to the end of all my lives, with your hook-like compassion, hold me, be my unerring companion from interference, shield me, grant all the powerful attainment, and from the fears of the samsara nirvana, save me. So this is a single-pointed request. 60 miles.
Chöne Lama, Chöne Yiram, Chöne Kandu Chujung de Lama Yacharai, Yidan Yacharam member, Yidan Kangal Charang Ore, Kandu Samacharang Ore, Chujung Samacharang Ore, Charang Tugu Shaji Redendo, Charama de Mendoza. Then there's one the Janju about to show me James, Yamata in something, Samaji Bado, Charam, Lama Charamato, Chuzungo Charamato, Jamde Yamasuchi Zendume, Zesai Mendo. Chime Jajan Metulwe, Dedan Badu Chime Tarayans, Sende, Shidu Bado, Jewa Chime Tala, Kanga Charang Shens, Tuji Jaju Sonroj, Alio Madon Roshis.
And so here we are making the single-pointed or fully concentrated request or prayer to the Guru, that we are calling the Guru as the as one's the embodiment of the gurus and the yidams and dakinis and dharmapalas, all the refuge object. We are saying that they are not something separate from you. There's nothing other than you. All those other manifestations, they are nothing other than you. So therefore, by knowing this, the single nature of all these different the refuge object, then we are taking refuge in the Guru. Single-pointedly we are taking refuge from now till the attainment of enlightenment by seeking no other refuge separate than the Guru. So beside the Guru or separate from the Guru, there we seek no refuge, no other Buddhas or no other manifestations, anything. Everything is you and in you. So in this way, with this single-pointed view, then we are making the request to the Guru. Our request is to protect us or to guide us or to hold us all the time from now in this lifetime, from all the in this lifetime, in the bardo after this lifetime, in the intermediate state, and also in all the future lives, so to hold us without losing from the hook of his compassion.
Lama Charamado Meza, Lama Inza, Tuji Jaju Zone, Sijin Jiba Liturochis. Sebada Shiven Jiba, Koan Jiba Liturochi, Koali Junior, Timegime, Nyandela Mama Songaji, Sanjay Salea Tirochi, Sijin Jitu. So we are asking the Guru to hold us constantly by the hook-like compassion, the great compassion, and then guard us or save us from the fears of samsara and nirvana. So that means from the sufferings or bondage of the samsara, as well as from the distraction or from the bondage of self-liberation or liberation for nirvana, for one's own individual liberation. So to guard us or to save us from both those two bondages. So since you are the Guru, so to guard us
or to save us from all the fears of the samsara and nirvana. And since you are the Yidam, we also ask from the Guru all the siddhis, powerful attainments that refers to the siddhis. So to grant all different levels of siddhis.
다 칸도야 저랑마도 면도 없으네 칸도야 저랑 모인 제거를 받다라 대인자 되는 자초마도 이봐도 배 랑조베 존재로시 땡치 존재로시 땡치스 배땡도 제로시 버루버루도 멤버 단단한 자초마도 이봐지 랑조베 존재로시.
And since also the Guru is the Vira and Dakinis, so we ask Guru also for unwavering companion from now till the state of enlightenment, be our everlasting companion to help us, to aid us on the path, and as a source of inspiration. And so that is the request.
아니 최종야 권도 라마 처랑리사 최종 권도를 봐 인도 아니 최주가 바체세 전신도 감마처럼 지로치스.
And also, since the Guru is the Dharmapala, so Dharma protector, so Dharma guardians of the Dharma, we ask him also to protect us or to shield us from all the interference, from outer and interference in our practice. So we are making those different types of requests to the Guru from different attributes or different aspects of the Guru. So at that moment when we make this request, one should visualize one is actually joining the palms and holding from the feet of the Guru, then making this request. So recite this 3 times.